ստուգել նրանց ֆունկցիոնալությունը եւ փորձել նաեւ հավաքել այդ երկրային նմուշը, պարզեց, որ իրոք շատ մեծ բան չի այդ արբանյակը հավաքելը, այն էլ թրիչքային նմուշ, այդքան խիստ մաքրության պահանջներ չի դրա հանդեպ դրում, բայց դա շատ քիչ է։ Պետք է նաև դրանից հետո բոլոր մոդուլները իրար հետ կապվեին, ճիշտ համագործակցեին, պետք է ինտեգրվեին մի համակարգի մեջ, ճիշտ ծրագրավորվեր, լուծվեին բոլոր առաջացող խնդիրները, մեկը մյուսի հետ խոսելու, տվյալներ ուղարկելու, ստանալու, եւ այդ ամեն ինչը արվեց բարեհաջող, մենք համոզվեցինք, որ այդ փորձը արդեն բերեցինք այդ ճանապարհը անցանք եւ բայց ամենակարևոր կրիտիկական հարցերից մեկը դա անտենայի բացումն էր, որտեղ եթե թռավ արբանյակը հայտնվեց տիեզերքում եւ անտենան չբացվեց, մնացած ամբողջ ջանքերը կարող են ապարդյուն լինել եւ մենք ինչ դեպքում ենք քանդել համակարգը եւ նորից, ասենք, բացված անտենաները նորից հետ փակել եւ այլն, մենք հանգիստ արեցինք, այսինքն միանգամյա գործառույթ է նախատեսված արբանյակի համար, բայց այս դեպքում մենք կարող ենք բազմակի անգամներ անել եւ փորձեցինք այդ բոլոր քայլերը հերթականությամբ տեսնենք իրոք այնպես է աշխատում, ինչպես ծրագրված է թե ոչ, եւ տեսանք, որ իրոք արբանյակը ճիշտ պահին, ճիշտ հրահանգները ստանալուց հետո անպատասխան ժամանակային ուրեմն ինտերվալից հետո կարողանում է հերթով բացել անտենաները, որոնցով կապն է հաստատվելու երկրի հետ։ Եվ իհարկե հենց մեր երկրային կայանքի հետ մենք փորձում ենք արբանյակի եւ նրա միջև կողմանի եւ փոխվեց եւ համոզվեցինք, որ նորմալ աշխատում է, բայց իհարկե սրանով չէր կարող սահմանափակվել, ունենք նաեւ հատուկ Հայաստանում ստեղծված իներցիոն չափից սարք, որը չի եղել երբևէ մինչ այդ տիեզերքում ու պետք էր դա փորձարկել, հատկապես վիբրացիաների տեսակետից, որովհետեւ Falcon 9 թռնելուց հայտնի չի, թե ինչ ռեզոնանսների մեջ կընկնի, ինչ կարող է պատահել, մի բան փոխվի, մի բան դադարի աշխատել եւ այլն։ Եվ մենք ստեղ ինչքանով որ այստեղի տեխնիկան էր թույլ տալիս վիբրացիոն ստենդի վրա նախ հատուկ մոդելավորող ծրագրերով փորձարկեցինք, տեսանք, որ պիտի որ խնդիր չլինի, բայց ֆիզիկապես եւս վիբրացիոն ստենդի վրա փորձարկեցինք ու տեսանք, որ ամեն ինչ նորմալ է, այստեղ վտանգներ, ռիսկեր չկան։ Սարքը կդիմանա։ Բացի դրանից մենք նաև մի գաղափար ունեցանք, որ քանի որ արբանյակը ուղարկում է ազդանշաններ, այսպես փարոսի իմպուլսների ձևով, դրանցից մեկը 3 տեսակ, բայց դրանցից մեկը ձայնային է։ Եվ հարց ծագեց, թե այդ ինչ ձայն է լինելու, բնականաբար մենք ուզեցանք, որ դա լինի մի մեղեդի, որը հարազատ է ողջայության համար։ Համենայն դեպս բաները, ռադիոսիրողները կարող են տարբեր աշխարհի տարբեր կենտրոններից կապվել այս արբանյակի հետ եւ լսել այդ մեղեդին եւ որոշեցինք հայկի գաղափարն էր դա, որ դա լինի Կոմիտասի կաքավիկը։ Հետո եկավ պահը, երբ որ մենք պիտի արդեն մտնենք մաքուր սենյակ, Ալեքսանյանի անվան գիտական լաբորատորիան եւ ինչ անենք, եւ այնտեղ արդեն աշխատենք թրիչքային նմուշի հետ, թրիչքային նմուշի հետ եւ այդտեղ ինչ-որ լավ չաշխատես այս վիդեոն, դրա համար մենք չենք տեսնում ինչ որ մնաց նրա հետևում։ Ափսոս, այստեղ կար նաև վիդեո, երբ որ Մասիսը մտնում է այդ անցախցիկը բանի, մաքուր սենյակի, Եվ ինչպես ասում են, եթե մաքուր սենյակ ես մտնում, պետք է սկզբից լոգանք ընդունես, դեպքում օդային լոգանք, այսինքն այդ անցախցիկում բոլոր կողմերից օդը մեծ ճնշմամբ փչում է, վերցնում է քո վրայից սարքավորման վրայից ամբողջ այդ փոշին եւ կլանում, որպեսզի ներս չբերենք այդ փոշին։ Ու սկսեցինք արդեն կահավորել մաքուր սենյակը մեր սարքավորումով եւ աշխատել, սկզբից ստուգել այդ բաղադրիչները, ասենք արբանյակային այդ բաղադրիչները, կառուցվածքը հավաքել, ստուգել, բայց դրանից հետո այստեղ էր, որ պետք է վիդեոն աշխատել։ Ահա, այ կակավիկ այստեղ պետք է աշխատեր, ժամանակի շուտ էր միացել, ահա, այսպիսի մեղեդի պետք է հնչի ուղեցրից։ Հետո սկսեցինք հավաքել արդեն մնացած մոդուլները ամբողջ իր կառուցվածքի մեջ եւ նաեւ միացնել արեգակնային վահանակները իրենց տվիչներով հանդերձ եւ արդեն հավաքել, բերել մի ամբողջական համակարգի, ստուգել աշխատանքը, ինտեգրումը ինչպես է ընթացել, ծրագիրն ինչպես է իրեն պահում եւ համոզվեցինք, որ արբանյակը պատրաստ է թռիչքի։ Դուք տեսնում եք նախ այն կարմիր լեզվակը, որը RBF է կոչվում, այսինքն remove before flight, թռիչքից առաջ, դա պետք է հանվի, որպեսզի ինքը պատրաստ լինի տիեզերք դուրս գալուց միանալ։ Եվ նաև ստեղծեցինք հատուկ օրգանական ապակուց այդպիսի արկղ, պաշտպանիչ, որպեսզի դրա մեջ դնենք արբանյակը եւ ոչ մի կողմից արևային մարտկոցներին ոչինչ չկպնի։ Նոր դրանից հետո պիտի փաթեթավորենք։ Հասավ նաև այդ պահը, բայց ուզեցինք նաև առաջին հայկական, ոչ թե հայերեն, այլ հայկական ձեռագիր ուղարկել տիեզերք, գաղափարն էր, որ մենք մի բան գրենք ձեռագրով արբանյակի վրա, դա էլ Հայկի գաղափարն էր եւ ինքը իր ձեռքով գրեց այն ինչ որ դուք հիմա ձեր էկրաններին կտեսնեք Armenia in Space for Science, Հայաստանը տիեզերքում հանուն գիտության, սեպտեմբեր 2023, Հայասաթ-1, բազում եւ CSI։ Ահա այս գրառմամբ էլ մենք արդեն փաթեթավորեցինք արբանյակը եւ դրեցինք համապատասխան արկղի մեջ հապուկ միջավայրում եւ արտաքինից կոշտ կազմով, որպեսզի պաշտպանի արտաքին ազդեցություններից, որտեղ պետք է ուղարկեինք Նիդերլանդներ եւ այստեղ էլ տեղի ունեցավ մի հետաքրքիր իրադարձություն, առաջին անգամ մաքսային գործառույթը պիտի կատարվեր ոչ թե մաքսային գործակալությունում, այլ հենց մաքուր սենյակում։ Մենք նույնիսկ ազգային ժողովի դիմեցինք, ընտրեցինք այնտեղից գիտության հանձնաժողովից կապվել այդ մաքսային գործակալության ղեկավարության հետ, որպեսզի հավաստիք ստանան, որ կարելի է այսպես մաքսային տեսուչը գա հենց տեղում մաքուր սենյակում ստուգի ամեն ինչ, կապարակնքի եւ հետո դա հաստատ սահմանին ոչ միտեղ չի բացվի, ոչու ազդեցությանը չի ենթարկվի եւ այլն։ Այսա արվեց եւ այդ տեսուչը, երբ որ դուրս եկավ, ինքն էլ էր նույն համազգեստը հակե, հատուկ մտել էր ներս, դա արեց, դուրս եկավ, միանգամից լրագրողների միկրոֆոնները մոտեցան իրան, շփոթված ասեց, «Փոխեք մի հատ մտքերս հավաքեմ»։ Առաջին անգամ էր նման բան անում եւ խոստովանեց, որ այսպիսի իրավիճակում ինքը երբևէ չէր հայտնվել, բայց իր համար էլ էր հետաքրքիր եւ բարեհաջող այս փուլը անցանք եւ կարողացանք արդեն առանց որևէ խնդրի ուղարկել Նիդերլանդներ։ Իհարկե Նիդերլանդներում առանց մեզ գործը չէր կարող ընթանալ, պետք էր գնալ այնտեղ տեղում եւ հետևել process-ներին, փորձարկմանը, վիբրացիոն եւ նաեւ դրանից հետո ֆունկցիոնալ փորձարկում անել, որը եւս արվեց, շատ մեզ բարյացկամ, շատ սրտաբաց ընդունեցին Նիդերլանդներում եւ ամեն ինչով աջակցեցին, շատ կազմակերպված, պատասխանատու ձևով, դուք տեսնում եք վիբրացիոն ստենդի վրա դրված եւ ինչպես էր ինքը այդ վիբրացիաներին ենթարկվում, որոնք որ լինելու են Falcon 9 հրթիռի մեջ թռիչքի ընթացքում։ Այստեղ արվեց, համոզվեցին, որ այդ ընթացքում ոչինչ չի փոխվում, չի ընկնում, անտենաները չեն բացվում, խնդիր չի առաջանա ուրիշ արբանյակի համար, որը նույն զետեղարանից պիտի դուրս գա, այս բոլորը փորձարկվեց եւ այնտեղից ISIS ընկերությունից, ISIL launch ընկերությունից ուղարկվեց SpaceX-ին համապատասխան սերտիֆիկատ, որ բարեհաջող անցել է փորձարկումները, որից մենք կանաչ լույս ստացանք արձակման համար։ Հետո իհարկե արեցինք ֆունկցիոնալ փորձարկումը, որ համոզվենք, որ այդ վիբրացիաներից հետո ոչինչ չի խափանվել, իհարկե այնպես չի, որ ընդհանրապես ոչ մի սխալ չբացահայտվեց, բայց դա այնպես չի, որ հենց վիբրացիաներից էր, այդ բոլոր խաթարումները բացահայտելուց, հաղթահարելուց հետո իրոք արբանյակը դարձավ պատրաստ թռիչքի, հարկ էր լինում նաև օնլայն ժողովներով թիմի հետ խորհրդակցել այդ խնդիրները լուծելուց եւ այդ համագործակցությունը բոլոր կողմերից բերեց նրան, որ արբանյակը պատրաստ էր թռիչքի։ Իրենց ավանդույթի համաձայն դուք տեսնում եք այդտեղ այդ արձակող սարքը, որ տիեզերքում կոնկրետ զետեղարանում զսպանակի վրա սեղմելով իջեցվում է արբանյակը եւ այնտեղ ֆիքսվում, այդ նույն սարքը, այդ արձակող կայանքը դրվում է հրթիռի մեջ։ Երբ որ հրթիռը դուրս է գալիս ուղեցիր, այդ դռնակները բացվում են, զսպանակը թեթև ուղղորդողներով սահեցնելով դուրս է հանում արբանյակը, ինչ որ մենք հետագայում կտեսնենք վիդեոներում, եւ ահա այդ զսպանակը, որտեղից պիտի դուրս գար մեր արբանյակը, ասեմ, որ այս ծավալում պետք է լիներ 3 արբանյակ։ Մեկը բրազիլական, որը ուշացել էր, այդ պատճառով դրա փոխարեն դրել են նրա չափազանգվածային նմանակը ուղղակի, որպեսզի դինամիկան թռիչքի փոխվի, ինչ որ հաշվարկվել է։ Հետո, չգիտեմ, որը առաջինը, որը երկրորդը, հետո եւս 2 արբանյակ, որոնցից մեկը մերը, մյուսը մեր հարևանը պարզվեց ֆրանսիական արբանյակ է։ Եվ ավանդույթի համաձայն այսպիսի պայմաններում վավերացվեց, նկարվեց երկու երկրների դրոշները, կազմակերպությունները, որոնք ստեղծել են արբանյակը եւ հենց արբանյակի լոգոտիպը։ Այս բոլորը արվեց եւ եկավ պահը, երբ որ պետք էր արդեն տեղավորել, այսպես ասած, այդ արձակող կայանքի մեջ, բայց դա արդեն արվեց առանց մեր մասնագետների, իրենք դրանում փորձված են եւ մեր մասնակցությունը այդտեղ դրա կարիքը արդեն չկար։ Ահա։ Փաստորեն մի քանի բաներ Հայասաթ ծրագիրը անելուց եղան առաջին անգամ։ Առաջին անգամ մենք գործ ունեցանք վտանախարարության ներքո գործող հեռահաղորդակցության հանրապետական կենտրոնի հետ, ուսումնասիրեցինք անհրաժեշտ փաստաթղթերը, որպեսզի իրենց միջոցով դիմենք միջազգային հեռահաղորդակցության ուրեմն միությանը ստանալու համար թույլտվություն ռադիոհաճախային տիրույթում գործելու եւ որոշակի տիրույթում գործելու եւ ուղեծրային պարամետրերի համար, ինչ բարության վրա, ինչ թեկության հասարակացի նկատմամբ պիտի լինի ուղեծիրը։ Այդ process-ը բարեհաջող անցավ, շատ էլի առաջին անգամ էինք բոլորս անում եւ փորձ չկար նախորդ, բարեհաջող անցավ եւ մենք եւ գրանցվեց Հայասաթը միջազգային ռեեստրում որպես բանը, այդ թույլտվությունը ստացած արբանյակ, մոդուլների ներմուծումը դրսից, արբանյակային մոդուլները, դա էլ էր առաջի անգամ, այդպիսի կատեգորիա կարծես նույնիսկ չկար, հետո ինչ որ այդ փուլում անցումային ավելացավ մաքսային կատեգորիաներում արբանյակային մասերի հետ կապված, դա էլ եղավ, առաջին անգամ մենք աշխատեցինք մաքուր սենյակում հենց արբանյակի վրա եւ վերջապես առաջին անգամ արտահանումը երկրից, դա էլ է տարօրինակ մի հատ իրավիճակ, որ երկրից պիտի դուրս գա մի ապրանք, որը պատկանում է Հայաստանին, մեզ է պատկանում, բայց ինքը ժամանակավոր չի դուրս գալիս, հետ չի գալու, բայց շարունակելու է մերը մնալ, ընդ որում Հայաստանից, ոչ միայն Հայաստանից է դուրս գալիս, այլ որևէ ուրիշ երկրում չի լինելու, նա լինելու է երկիր մոլորակից դուրս։ Սա շատ անսովոր իրավիճակ է։ Եվ նաև այս ամբողջի ընթացքում նորովի էր այն, որ մենք այդպիսի գործակցության մեջ մտանք 3 տիեզերական ընկերությունների հետ, բարեհաջող այդ փաստաթղթային մասը այդ հարցում նաև մեզ վտանախարությունն է օգնել, որտեղ վտանախարությունն էլ ինքը իր մասն ուներ անելու, համապատասխան փաստաթղթեր ուղարկելու, այդ որպեսզի մեզ թույլ տային թռիչքի։ Ահա։ Աստորեն սա մեր առաջին քայլն է։ Սա միայն առաջին քայլն է։ Մենք շարունակելու ենք։ Եվ այդ տեսլականի մեջ ենք տեսնում, սա չենք անում նրա համար, որ պարծենանք, ասենք, տեսեք, մենք ծրծրեցինք եւ դրանով գնանք տները։ Մենք շարունակելու ենք եւ նոր հայասատներ են լինելու, ավելի մեծ, ավելի բարդ ու կարևոր ֆունկցիոնալությամբ, ավելի մեծ, կտեսնենք դեռ պարզ չի, թե ինչ կոնկրետ ֆունկցիոնալություն, այստեղ նաև կարևոր է պետության հետ համագործակցությունը, թե ինչ կկարևորվի, ինչ կարժևորվի, այնպես որ երկուստեք շահավետ լինեն այդ փորձարկումները, որ կարվեն տիեզերքում, եւ երկու ուղղությամբ պիտի գնանք, երկուսն էլ անհրաժեշտ են իմ կարծիքով, մեկը հայրենական նոր մոդուլների ստեղծումը, որպեսզի մենք ի վերջո ունենանք մեր սեփական մոդուլները եւ հավաքածուն ամբողջական մեր սեփական արբանյակը կարողանանք ստեղծել եւ հետո տալ մեր ուզած ֆունկցիոնալությունը եւ դրանով անկախ լինենք, մենք անենք այն ինչ որ ուզում ենք տիեզերքում, կախված չլինենք տիեզերական տերություններից, այդ մի կողմից, մյուս կողմից նաեւ շատ խնդիրներ կան, տեխնոլոգիական, արդի խնդիրներ, որոնք պետք է ուսումնասիրել եւ մենք կարծում ենք լինելով հետազոտական լաբորատորիաներ պետք է դրանց մեր նորարարական լուծումները տանք եւ առաջարկենք աշխարհին, թռցնենք, փորձարկենք, համոզվենք, որ դա լավ աշխատեց, առաջարկենք աշխարհին եւ դրա շնորհիվ սկսվեն մեր համագործակցությունները։ Համագործակցությունները պիտի լինեն եւ Հայաստանի ներսում տեղի դերակատարների հետ, այդ թվում նաեւ պետական մարմինների հետ եւ արտերկրի հետ, տիեզերական ընկերությունների հետ, որոնք տեսնելով, որ մենք հետաքրքիր լուծումներ ենք տրվել ինչ-որ կարևոր խնդիրների, ուզենան համագործակցել եւ մեզ հետ աշխատել։ Այսա մեր հետագա տեսլականն է։ Հիմա ես կարծում եմ եկավ ժամանակը, երբ որ ահա ուրեմն ես ինչքան հասկացա, նախապատրաստվում է ուղիղ միացում Կալիֆոռնիա, ԱՄՆ, Վանդերբերգի բազայից հետո ունենալու թռիչքը, որտեղ մեր հայրենակիցները հավաքվել են, աչքով իրենց աչքով ականատես լինելու այդ թռիչքին, Falcon 9 հրթիռի թռիչքին, որտեղից մեր տեխնիկական համատնօրեն Մասիս Գումրիկյանը ուզում է իր խոսքը հղել Հայասաթի մասին պատմել եւ մաղթել հաջողություն այս թռիչքի համար, որից հետո նաեւ կմիանանք բանին թռիչքի կառավարման կենտրոնում։
Բարև ձեզ, իմ անունը Մասիսն է, եւ ես Սփյուռքում երկար տարիներ աշխատանքային փորձ ունեմ տիեզերական ոլորտում, բայց Հայաստան տեղափոխվելուց հետո այս պրոջեկտը ինձ թվավ, որ շարունակի կարևոր գործը եւ ուրեմն այսօր հատուկ նշանակություն ունի ինձ համար, այսօր գտնվեմ Կալիֆոռնիայում եւ հավաքել եմ աջակցողներ, որ անցամբ վկա լինենք այս իջքի։ Ուզեի մի քանի րոպե տեխնիկական խոսեմ եւ ավելի ճիշտ բացատրեմ համակարգի իմաստ եւ արժեքը։ Կներեք, բայց ուզեք, որ այս մասը անգլերենով շարունակեմ։ So, in order to understand the rationale for technical characteristics, we must first understand rationale for undertaking the project. Like the rest of the world, Armenia consumes the benefits of the existing space industry and the space capabilities of others. This is an obvious approach and cannot be avoided. It's important to understand the value of these capabilities by first being a user. However, this must be just the beginning. Just as Armenia went from being a user of software solutions years ago to now having a vibrant ecosystem of world class software development companies, we must now too strive to join and contribute to the global space economy. And to contribute, that means we grow from being a simple consumer to an actual producer of space capabilities. The space economy is booming, and we must not fall behind. Uh, Beyond economic, there are various other obvious reasons, which in the end all tie back to the independence of a state. Therefore, the small team who undertook this small project have actually brought us a small victory for the independence of Armenia. It's worth taking a moment to realize this. Of course, to make such an important decision, we need to be convinced of two things. One is, do we need this capability? And the second is, can we do this ourselves? As the world advances, I hope it is clear to everyone why any country needs this. But the question of can we do this ourselves was still a suspect to many people. Therefore, we decided to take on risk ourselves. So we became our own customers and decided to make this project a tech demo or a technology demonstration. The solution to this stated problem was to implement a full life cycle end-to-end space system with the intent of kickstarting a domestic satellite industry. Given all this context, let me speak a bit about the space system. It's a simple space system, but I'll try to describe it. In the beginning, we decided to simply go through the educational process of acquiring, testing, assembling, integrating, and finally operating a small format satellite, which is called a CubeSat. If we were able to successfully do all this, plus arrange the launch service, plus operate the comlink via ground station, that would have already been considered a worthwhile achievement. Given the limited budget and availability of the staff, I considered anything beyond this to be too risky, considering Armenia's lack of experience in this industry. After a while, however, it became apparent that if we didn't incorporate some type of payload, the team would have missed out on the educational aspects of payload integration. Plus, it had become obvious that our all Armenian team was highly motivated and quite capable. So we considered a camera for the payload because that's a standard choice for so many CubeSat missions. Plus, seeing photos is popular among the general public. However, we didn't want this to turn into an optical project and wanted to remain faithful to the original objective of advancing our satellite capabilities. So instead, we chose an experimental navigation payload. So instead of plugging in a $100 camera, we developed a payload from zero that could determine our position in orbit as well as our orientation. Determining both of these are critical in order to have precision pointing of the satellite and its sensors. For a next generation system, this ability will be essential not only for pointing your expensive camera, but also for other applications such as directional communications and relays. As for the rest of the current satellite, we have all the other supporting subsystems that are required, such as command and data handling subsystem, which consists of an onboard computer and flight software. Uh, Most of the time, we don't have contact with the satellite, and so it's important for the flight software to allow for autonomous operations until we're able to contact the satellite once again. Then you have attitude determination and control subsystem. This consists of sensors, uh, devices called magnetic torquers for stabilization. So helps us understand which way we're our attitude, which way we're oriented, and then after deployment, there's sometimes the risk of tumbling, where the satellite may begin to tumble, and magnetic torquers will help provide stabilization. We have an electrical power subsystem. This manages power distribution via solar panels, battery packs, and bus power modules. Communication subsystem. This consists of a radio. Uh, it provides a two-way link, configurable beacons that we can broadcast, and a deployable antenna. Um, During deployment of the spacecraft, it's important to keep the vehicle compact in the launch vehicle, so the antennas are stowed, and then after deployment, um, uh, after the vehicle is deployed, the antennas can then be deployed to their intended size to assist in establishing a communication. Then we have a thermal subsystem, which can be an active subsystem on larger satellites, but on our version, we've made ours to be mostly passive sensors. Beyond the satellite's capabilities, it's also very important to talk about our own capabilities because we have to remember that most of the residual value of this project comes from things other than the hardware of the CubeSat itself. We intentionally decided on a comprehensive set of deliverables to help ensure this project laid the foundation so that this satellite would be the first of many. So, for example, these deliverables would be an architecture trade study, where it's a method where we can look at the technical parameters and also the cost, the schedule, the risks, and by quantifying all these different parameters, we can help um, not just choose what is the perceived obvious choice, but to reach an optimal decision. And then we, of course, had to create a whole suite of documentation that included system and subsystem level specifications, drawings, assembly instructions, test procedures, test reports. We had a 3D digital model of the CubeSat, along with other software models to help us simulate the orbit and the system as a whole. We built two CubeSats, one which will remain on the ground in our laboratory for further research, and the other one that is now sitting on the launch pad, and hopefully in a few moments will be in orbit. We built a satellite research and assembly facility where we did a lot of this work. Satellite Operations Center, which is a ground station that provides a two-way command and control, which includes antenna, hardware, user interface software, etc. Lastly, an operations manual, which is a rather large document that helps us understand the sequence and specify the sequence and the procedure for the initialization of the spacecraft after deployment, normal operations while in orbit, and then troubleshooting in different modes. So these are all noteworthy achievements. But for me, the most significant achievement was that execution was done on schedule and within budget, despite adding significant risk by increasing the project scope to develop and integrate a new payload. This disciplined execution is extremely rare in Armenia and not that common even in the West. So it's an achievement to be proud of. We have to keep in mind that no one else on the team had ever seen up close in person a real satellite before. So for that reason, I'm truly proud of each person that contributed. I'm looking forward to returning to Yerevan to personally thank each of them. Which brings me to my last point, which is that this project was a result of exemplary collaboration between two Armenian organizations, and more importantly, between diasporan expertise and Armenian talent. This was and should continue to serve as an example to all those who doubt that this is possible. As Armenians, we have come a long way since the Stone Age, the Bronze Age, Industrial Age. But if we want to have a place in the future, we must aim for the moon and the stars. In a few moments, we will take our first small step into a new age, the space age. And by doing so, we are helping to ensure that this small tribe of unimportant people will not be doomed to the pages of history. Yes, we are proud of our history, but with this achievement, we are declaring to ourselves and the rest of the world that we are not done yet. As always, we will continue to struggle, contribute to humanity, and we will not be absent from humanity's future. Yes, we are all gathered to view this historic event, but none of us can afford to remain spectators any longer. So I invite each of you to help in some small way to make sure that today's step into space will be the first of many. Ուրեմն մեզ համար բադիվ է, որ բոլորդ ներգողքին եք եւ համեստորեն գնահատում ենք ձեր աջակցությունը։ Օրը շնորհակալություն բոլորից։ Լավ, չպահեմ, ուրեմն եկեք վկա լինենք այս պատմական պահին։
Հա, միանա։ Լավ, ես մի երկու խոսք ասեմ կապված Հայասաթ անվան հետ, ոնց որոշեցինք, որ պիտի անունը լինի Հայասաթ, դե ուզում ենք, որ Հայաստանի հետ, Հայաստանը խորհրդանշող ինչ-որ բան լինի և արբանյակը նշել խորհրդանշող, ավտոմատ ստացվեց Հայաստան։ Անմսատները զբաղված էր արդեն, այո, ճիշտ է։ Բայց տարբերակներ շատ կային, նույնիսկ այսպիսի կատակ արվեց, եթե ուզում ենք հայկական լինի, շատ հայկական լինի, և քյուբսաթ է, ուրեմն եկեք անունը դնենք բարբիկյու։ Բայց դա իհարկե կատակ էր, ի վերջո անունը դրեցինք Հայասաթ, և հիմա լսում ենք արձագանքներ, որ իսկապես մարդիկ հավանել են այդ անունը, և հիմա փաստորեն մեր հիշողության մեջ, պատմության մեջ այդպես կմտնի Հայասաթ արբանյակը։ Հիմա միանալու ենք SpaceX-ին, ուղիղ հեռարձակմանը, և ես կորցնեմ մեկնաբանը, ինչ է կատարվում։
Base launch checked and countdown. Pad is clear.
10, 9, 8.
Launch auto sequence has started.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Vehicle is supersonic. Stage separation confirmed. Dragon separation confirmed. Stage 1 is transonic.
Հիմա մենք տեսնում ենք այն ինչ որ ցույց է տալիս SpaceX ընկերությունը թռիչքից առաջ։ Մենք բոլորս տեսել ենք իհարկե նման կադրեր, բայց այս դեպքում իհարկե
You're looking at a
արտասովոր է։
live view of Falcon 9 awaiting liftoff at 10:19 a.m.
Խնդրեմ, ինչքան ժամանակ է մնում արդեն ցույց է տալիս,
Just a few hours
Եվ
north of our headquarters in
պատկերացրեք
Hawthorne, California.
մեր զգացողությունը,
Thanks for tuning in to the
ստեղծողների,
Korea 425 mission.
որոնք հիմա
SpaceX's
առաջին
88th mission
անգամ
of the year
այլ
and
կերպ են ընկալում այս
287th
տեսարանը։
launch
Իրենք գիտեն, որ
overall.
այս հրթիռի
My name is
մեջ
Ronnie
դրված է
Foreman,
մի
and I'm a
բան, որ
commercial
իրենք իրենց
sales manager
ձեռքով
here at
սարքել են։
SpaceX.
Սա շատ
Today we have 25 spacecraft on
անսովոր
board for 6
իրավիճակ է,
customers, including Korea,
և
Space PD,
հուզիչ,
CTIL,
որովհետև
D-Orbit, York Space
մենք հիմա
Systems,
ուզում ենք
and
ամեն ինչ
Planet
հարթ
IQ,
գնա,
all
ամեն
headed to
ինչ
a
լավ
sun-synchronous
ստացվի
low Earth orbit.
և բարեհաջող
At the request of some
ուղեցիր
of our
դուրս գա
customers, we won't
արբանյակը։
be showing any second stage views today. So given
Ասեմ,
that, we are
որ
going to end our webcast
մեր
after
արբանյակը
booster
դուրս է
landing around the 8.5
գալու
minute mark.
ուղեցիր 517 կիլոմետր
But for those of you
բարձրությամբ
interested in learning more about today's
Եվ
payloads and
դա
deployments,
կոչվելու է
please head over to our customers' websites for more
արեգակնասինխրոն
information.
ուղեցիր,
Now at just
ինչով է
over
դա
T-8
յուրահատուկ,
minutes, we
որ
are
այդ
looking good for
ուղեցիրը
an on-time
անընդհատ
liftoff.
պտտվում է
The vehicle is healthy and the range
երկրի
is ready to
առանցքի
support.
շուրջը
And while it's a
եւ
beautiful day
անընդհատ
and
նույն
birthday,
կերպ է
we are watching some ground
կողմնորոշվում
level winds
արեգակի
at the top,
նկատմամբ։
so we'll keep you posted
Այսինքն
as we move
ամեն
forward in the
անգամ
countdown.
այդ արբանյակը մոտարապես նույն ժամին անցնում է հատում է երկրային հասարակածը եւ եթե մենք հայտնվում ենք այդտեղ, ուրեմն ունենում ենք կապի սեանսներ։ Մեր կանխատեսածով այն տվյալներով, որ իրանք մեզ արդեն հաղորդել են նախնական, հնարավոր է, որ մենք վաղ առավոտյան արդեն ունենանք հնարավորություն կապի դուրս գալու։ Դա իհարկե չի նշանակում, որ այդ կապը կստացվի, որովհետև արբանյակը երկար ժամանակ Նիդերլանդներից մինչև Ամերիկա գտնվել է անջատված վիճակում, իսկ այդ ընթացքում կուտակիչները աշճանաբար կորցնում են իրենց լիցքը, իսկ դա նշանակում է, որ կարող է ինքը բավարար լիցքավորված չլինի միանգամից այդ գործառույթները սկսելու։ Պետք կլինի որոշ ժամանակ, որ ինքը արեգակի լույսի տակ լիցքավորվի, դառնա պատրաստ այդ գործին եւ նոր անտենաները բացի։ Բայց առաջին իսկ հնարավորությունը մենք կփորձենք վաղ օգտագործել կապի դուրս գալու համար։ Շատ արբանյակներ են հիմա բաց թողնում այդ ուղեցրով, ահագին ուրիշ արբանյակներ կան այս նույն հրթիռի մեջ, բացի հիմնական օգտակար բեռից, որը կորեական արբանյակ է, նաև շատ ուրիշ այդպիսի փոքր արբանյակներ եւ այդ բոլորն էլ, քանի որ դարձել է այսպես ասած մոդայիկ ուղեցիր, կիրառական շատ նշանակություն ունի երկրի հետ կապված գործառույթներում, արեգակի հետ կապված եւ դրա համար հենց այդ արբանյակն էլ մեր արբանյակն էլ հայտնվեց այդ շքախմբում, այսինքն նրանց հետ միասին դուրս է գալու արեգակնասինխրոն ուղեցիր։ Մեզ համար այդքան էական չէր, ճիշտն ասած, դա կլինի արեգակնասինխրոն, թե ինչ, մեր արբանյակը չունի երկրի հեռազնման միջոցներ, դա այդքան էական չէր, բայց ինչպես բոլորը, այնպես էլ մենք, ոնց որ ասում են, մենք էլ թռանք այդ նույն ուղեցրով, կթռնենք այդ նույն ուղեցրով։ Հիմա փաստորեն մենք ստեղ անհամբեր սպասում ենք, այնտեղ գնում են վերջին նախապատրաստությունները, մնացել է մոտավորապես 5 րոպե թռիչքին, դուք տեսնում եք հետ հաշվարկը էկրանի ներքևում, Ես տեսնում եմ Մասիսին եւ մեր հայրենակիցներին արդեն բանում Վանդերբեկի մոտ հավաքված, շատ ուրախ ենք իրենց տեսնելու, ձեզ ողջունում ենք եւ նրանք բոլորը մեծ ուրախությամբ, ոգևորությամբ եկել են տեսնելու իրենց աչքով այդ արձակումը եւ մյուս կողմից տեսնում եք նաեւ մեր կառավարման կենտրոնից մեր օպերատորները, որոնք պատրաստ սպասում են անհրաժեշտ գործառույթները կատարելու համար, դուք տեսնում եք էկրանները, որտեղ այդ ամբողջ ինֆորմացիան գալու է, երևալու է ակնառու եւ իրենք համապատասխան որոշումներ են կայացնելու, ինչ վիճակում է արբանյակը, ինչ առողջական վիճակը ինչպես է, ինչ հրահանգների կարիք կա եւ այլն, բոլորը ոգևորված անհամբեր սպասում են բաղձալի պահին, ամեն ինչ պատրաստ է, մնում է, որ ոնց որ ասած բախտը մեզ հանկարծ չդավաճանի, տիեզերական տեխնիկան դուք գիտեք միշտ էլ անկախատեսելի է, բայց փառք Աստծո Falcon 9 արդեն մեծ փորձ ունի, շատ թռիչքներ ունի կատարած, ամենա ապահով հրթիռն է հիմա, վաղուց արդեն մենք որևէ խափանում Falcon 9-ի հետ կապված չենք տեսել, աչքով չտանք, այո, եւ հուսով ենք, որ ամեն ինչ լավ կլինի։ Գիտեք, որ երկաստիճան հրթիռ է, առաջին աշճանը վերադարձող բազմակի օգտագործման, ունի իր հենարանները, որոնք հետ գալուց բացվում են, ինձ թվում է տեսախցիկներով այդ process-ը մենք կտեսնենք, հետ գալու process-ը առաջին աշճանի, երկրորդ աշճանը կշարունակի թռիչքը դեպի ուղեցիր եւ դուրս կբերի օգտակար բեռը եւ մանր բեռները ուղեցիր։ Հիմա այն process-ն է, որ հրթիռի մեջ վառելիքը լցված է, այն անդադ թարմացվում է, որպեսզի չտաքանա եւ խնդիրներ չառաջանան, անդադ նոր վառելիք է լցվում եւ դուրս հանվում նրանից։ Այն մարախուղները, որ մենք հրթիռի կողքը տեսնում ենք, դա ծուղ չի բոլորովին, դա գոլորշիներ են, որովհետև սառնածին վառելիք է, բավական խիստ սառեցված, այ Falcon-9-ի առավելություններից, նորամուծություններից մեկը նա է, որ այստեղ շատ են սառեցնում եւ ավելի խիտ, ավելի կոմպակտ կարողանում են ունենալ վառելիքը ավելի շատ վառելիք բաքերում եւ հիմա այդ դուք տեսնում եք հենց ինչպես են ավելցուկային վառելիքը բաց թողում մթնոլորտ կարգավորում ճնշումը, որպեսզի խնդիրներ չլինեն եւ հրթիռը պատրաստ է, հետհաշվարկն է գնում, մնում է 2 րոպե թռիչքին, բայց դերևս այս մալուխներով վառելիքի բաղադրիչների այդ խողովակներով դերևս հրթիռը կապված է երկրի հետ եւ սնուցվում է։ Կորեայի այդ կորեական արբանյակի խորհրդանիշն է նաեւ շրջոցից դուք տեսնում եք մի փոքր ավելի մեծ է, քան տրամաչափը հրթիռի, որտեղ ինքը երևի չափերը արբանյակի մեծ է, բայց այսպես անում են ավելի մեծ չափի արբանյակները մի փոքր ավելի մեծ շրջոցիչով պատում են, իսկ հետո գալիս է պահը, երբ որ արդեն բարձր շերտերում մթնոլորտի, երբ որ աերոդինամիկ խոչընդոտ չկա արդեն, այդ շրջոցիչները կիսվում ամեն մեկը մի կողմ նետվում է եւ հրթիռը շարունակում է առանց այդ ավելորդ բեռի։ Ամերիկայի արևմտյան ափից Վանդերբերգ ռազմաբազա, որտեղից պետք է տեղի ունենա թռիչքը։
There's confirmation that F9 is in startup mode. The internal flight computers have taken over the countdown, and stage 1 and stage 2 have begun pressurizing for launch.
LD is go for launch.
With that call out from our launch director, we know that we are go for launch. At just under T-minus 40 seconds, all systems of Falcon 9 are ready for liftoff with our 25 rideshare payloads on board.
T-minus 30 seconds. T-minus 15 seconds. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Արձանում ենք տիեզերք։ Հրթիռի վրա ամրացած տեսախցիկից ենք տեսնում։
It is a beautiful day for launch, and Falcon 9 has successfully lifted off from Vandenberg Space Force Base with payloads for 6 of our rideshare customers on board: Korea, Space BD, CITAL, D-Orbit, York Space Systems, and Planet IQ. Now, during ascent, we tilt the engines. The technical term for this is gimbaling, and that turns the rocket horizontally, what we call a gravity turn. We're still going up, but now we are also heading horizontally away from the launch pad. There's the call out from Max Q. So moments ago, we throttled engines down in preparation for Max Q.
Nominal.
Good callouts there that power and telemetry are nominal on board Falcon 9. Max Q is a critical moment during flight because the combined stresses caused by Falcon 9 accelerating through the atmosphere and the ambient static pressure are at their greatest. Now, the rocket typically needs to go around 17,500 miles per hour horizontally in order to avoid being pulled back down to Earth and reach orbit, which is why we perform that gravity turn. You can track our progress to orbit by keeping an eye on the stage 1 telemetry in the bottom corner of your screen. Now we have 6 events coming up in quick succession. MECO, Stage 7, S1 flip, SES1, boost track burn, start, and fairing separation. During main engine cutoff, we'll shut down the 9 Merlin 1D engines, which is followed by stage separation. Nominal trajectory on board Falcon 9. Once separated from the second stage, the booster will flip its orientation and begin heading back to Earth with a short boost back burn, while simultaneously, the second stage MVAC engine will ignite for the first time, followed quickly by fairing separation.
Go. Stage separation confirmed.
Confirmation of MECO and stage sep.
And back ignition.
Good call outs that we've had. And boost back burn startup.
Առաջին փուլը անցանք։
Fairing separation confirmed.
So we've heard those call outs for those 6 events that happened back to back and got great views of several of them. That was MECO, stage sep, S1 flip, SES1, boost back burn start, and fairing separation. We will be attempting to retrieve those fairing halves again today once they fall back to Earth, using our recovery vessel, Go Beyond. Next up, we're listening to hear that we've completed our boost back burn.
Stage 1 boost shutdown.
Right on schedule. We are just about T plus 3 minutes and 28 seconds into today's mission, and the next critical milestone we're
Մենք
tracking
տեսնում
is
ենք
T plus
առաջին
6
աշճանի
minutes and 42 seconds.
օրիենտացիոն
We expect
շարժիչների
to have some great views of the
գովնորոշման
first
շարժիչների
entry burn.
աշխատանքը որպեսզի հետ բերեն նրան եւ
For the
բացվում են
entry
այս
burn, we
դեպքում
relight 3
նրա
EM
բանդակավոր կայունարները որոնց միջոցով պետք է ղեկավարվի վայրեջքը դեպի ներքև ճիշտ հետագծով այն վայրը որտեղ պետք է փափուկ իջնի առաջին
followed shortly
աստիճանը
after by E1 and E5, which slows down the vehicle as it passes back into the Earth's atmosphere. Great views on your screen right now of stage 1 and those grid fins as the booster heads back to Earth.
Արդեն երկրին մոտենալիս կտեսնենք թե ինչպես են այդ վանդակավոր կայունարները շրջում այս ու այն կողմ կառավարելու համար վայրեջքը
During the entry burn, Falcon 9 is decelerating by firing those Merlin engines, but we're still moving really fast. This causes the vehicle to fly through Merlin's exhaust gases, also called the rocket's plume. And this deposits a layer of soot on the vehicle's surface, which is why our flight-proven vehicles tend to look so toasty. That soot comes from the carbon-based fuel that Falcon 9 uses. Now, that entry burn has begun. Those grid fins on your screen, which is a coffee table. Of course, we reuse our boosters and fairings here at SpaceX because reusability is a key to lowering the cost of spaceflight, which enables more investments in critical scientific research. Again, the Falcon 9 first stage supporting today's mission is about to perform this entry burn for the 17th time. Great views of the coast of California beginning to come onto your screen now.
Stage 1 entry burn.
Confirmation of entry burn startup. On your screen right now, you have two views of our first stage. One from our onboard camera on the left, and on the right-hand side, you can watch that landing as we come back toward landing zone 4 at Vandenberg Space Force Base.
Արդյունքում է արվում, որպեսզի ճիշտ հետագծով եւ փափուկ վայրեջք տեղի ունենա։
On entry burn shutdown.
Entry burn end. The Merlins on board the first stage are optimized for sea level.
Վանդակավոր կայունարները
Producing 220,500
մոտենում է
pounds of
գետնին, հրթիռը։
thrust in vacuum. Coming up next, we'll shut down our MVAC engine on the second stage, followed quickly by our landing burn on the first stage. And as a reminder, we are targeting a land landing at landing zone 4 at Vandenberg Space Force Base today. Zone 4.
Ահա տեսնում ենք արգելակային շարժիչների աշխատանքը եւ շուտով կբացվեն նրա հենարանները փափուկ վայրեջքի
Stage
համար,
1
խնդրեմ
landing leg deploy.
վայրեջք, փափուկ վայրեջք։ Ահա
And there you have it.
Առաջին աշճանը իր առաքելությունը կատարեց։
250th recovery of an orbital class rocket, including first stage landings for Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy. While the mission isn't over just yet, as a reminder, we won't be showing any second stage views today, and therefore we're going to end our coverage here. All of us at SpaceX want to give a big thank you to our customers, including Korea, Space BD,
Մեզ ողջունում են
CTIL,
թրիչքի
D-Orbit,
կառավարման
Space
կենտրոնից
Systems, and Planet IQ for entrusting us with today's mission. For those of you
Եվ
interested in
նաև
learning more about today's
Վանդենբերգից մեր հայրենակիցները ողջունում են մենք շուտով ինձ թվում է կիմանանք նաև ուղեցիր դուրս գալը երկրորդ աշճանի Հայք Ուրեմն դուք հիմա տեսնում եք Բրիշկի կառավարման կենտրոնը որոշ մեկնաբանություններ Հայկը հիմա կտա դրա հետ կապված
Ժողովուրդ Հայկին թողեք թող գա
Միացրեք այդ բանը թրիչքի կառավարման կենտրոնը Չէ Ուղղակի ուզում ենք որոշ մեկնաբանություններ այդ կենտրոնի հետ կապված որից հետո կիմանանք կարծում եմ բանը կիմանանք արձակման մասին
Լավ, բարև ձեզ նախ ուզում եմ շնորհակալություն ասեմ որ ուրբաթորով այս ուշ ժամին կիսում եք մեր հետ Ավետիքը արդեն նահագին պատմեց բավական մանրամասն այն ինֆրաստրուկտուրայի մասին, որը որ մենք այս ընթացքում ստեղծել ենք։ Ես կարճ կավելացնեմ ուղղակի, տեսնում եք այս պահին մեր կառավարման կենտրոնի սենյակը, որտեղ որ տղաները որտեղ տղաները բոլոր համակարգերը պատրաստ տեստավորում են, որպեսզի արբանյակի տվյալները ստանալուն պես կարողանանք տեսնենք, թե ինչ կարգավիճակում է գտնվում արբանյակը, ինչպես են գործում նրա համակարգերը, եւ այդ ամբողջ տվյալները կհավաքենք արդեն մեր մոտ իսկ գտնվող տվյալների բազայում, որը այնուհետև արդեն կկարողանանք կատարել անալիտիկ վերլուծություններ։ Լավ, բոլորը զբաղված են։ Երևի ուղիղ եթերն էլ չի անջատենք, թե չէ։
Ժողովուրդ ջան, ուշադրություն վերջին հայտարարությունները։ Նախ մենք հիմա պատրաստ ենք լսելու ձեր հարցերին, պատասխանելու եւ այլն։ Բացի դրանից դեռ մի ժամից ավել էլ կա, մինչև որ այդ հայասաթ կոնկրետ արբանյակը կանջատվի հրթիռից։ Մենք այդքան իհարկե այստեղ չենք կարող սպասել, բայց դա տեղի կունենա, մենք վաղը առավոտյան կիմանանք եւ հետագայում էլ հույսով եմ մեզ կտան SpaceX-ից համապատասխան տեսանյութերը այդ անջատման հետ կապված։ Ահա, հիմա փաստորեն այս արձակումից հետո մենք պատրաստ ենք ձեր հարցերին պատասխանել, իրար շնորհավորել, եկել այս հաջողության արդիվ։ Շնորհակալություն։ Շնորհավոր։ Վայ, իսկական իսկական։ Քաշածը լավ ասեցի։ Հա։ Մերսի։ Ահա։ Ժողովուրդ, շնորհակալություն ձեր աջակցության մասնակցելու համար։ Այսքանով մենք այսօր վերջացրեցինք։ Վաղը հուսանք լավ լուրեր կունենանք, եթե հաջողվի կապի դուրս գալ արբանյակի հետ։ Եվ սրանով մենք կավարտենք նաև մեր ուղիղ հեռարձակումը կոնգրես հյուրանոցից։ Հետագայում իհարկե մեր բոլոր լրատվամիջոցներով կտեղեկացնենք զարգացումների մասին։ Շնորհակալություն։ Ինչ։ Մեզ on-line հետևողներին եւս շնորհակալություն ենք հայտնում մեզ հետևելու համար եւ բոլորիս հաջողություն մաղթում այս առաքելության հետ կապված եւ հետագա քայլերի հետ կապված։ Շնորհակալություն։ Ստեսություն։
Hello, everyone. This is Peter Granich. As always, I remind you, this is not to be considered investment advice. You should always speak to a licensed financial advisor before making any investment decision and to read my disclosures on my website. Well, it's that time again. We're able to sit down with certainly someone that I have the highest respect for and insights to his macro views and his involvements in the resource sector. And of course, I'm speaking about Michael Gentili. Michael, welcome back.
Good to see you again, Peter.
So as we approach here, I call our Thanksgiving to New Year's Day period the great time for the don't worry, be happy crowd on Wall Street. They toss aside whatever the issues may be. Happy days are here, and we'll worry about it next year. And of course, the market is behaving that in recent days just like that. So what I want to talk to you about is past the rest of this year and really start from January 1, 2024 and going out. Let's start with an overall assessment. What would be your overall assessment of markets in general, economies, things that are happening? Have you turned bullish? Are you still as concerned about things that we've talked about in the past, or have things even gotten worse?
Yeah, that's great to start there, Pete. I'd say, look, 2 months ago, the market was having heart palpitations and nervous nights over the interest rates. 10-year was started up against 5%. A lot of concern about the equity market, the cost of capital rising, and pulling out money out of the equity market into the bond market. We've seen a huge rally in November. I think it's a record month in November here, based on the back of rates rolling over. So the market's had a huge move off that sell-off on higher rates. I think what the market's missing here, Pete, is they're not asking themselves why rates are going down. So we're all nervous about rates being high, and we're all talking about soft landing, and that was the old narrative. And all of a sudden, rates are rolling over. But the reason why they're rolling over, in my opinion, is that the impact of the rate hikes that we've seen is finally starting to be felt in the economic data. You see it in the recent jobs reports. You see it in inflation slowing down. You see it in the conference calls while the corporates were doing at Bastion Asset Management. Everything is slowing down in real time. So I put a caveat, like, nice to have this rally here, but I put the market, be careful what you ask for, because the market's been accelerating lower rates, but that could be the precursor to the long-awaited recession or slowdown that we've been forecasting with these higher rates hurting the economy. So I think this rally is going to have a hard time sustaining itself. It's had a nice run on the rates pulling back, but to rally from here, you'd really got to be confident the economy is not rolling over. And if the economy is not rolling over, rates are probably going back higher. So I think we're going to be best case in a bit of a grind here for the market the next year ahead. More likely, as the economy starts to decelerate, some of this move might get unwound in the market. I still think there's a lot of value in the small cap space. The large companies continue to dramatically outperform the small companies. I'm not talking about mining stocks, but with the market in general here, but the underperformance of small cap stocks has been dramatic. especially with tax loss selling and year-end portfolio repositioning. I think there's a lot of value to be had in the, 200 million to $2 billion market cap, small cap space. There's quite attractive to us. That's what we're focusing on at Bastion right now. But overall, the large cap, call them quality names, are quite expensive. And I think the market's celebrating the wrong thing. It's very hard for stocks to go up if the economy is decelerating, especially at the valuations they're trading at today versus current interest rates.
Michael, I'm in my 40th year and I don't see much anymore of what the market was when I first started. It's dramatically changed in so many different ways, but there still seems to be a couple important things, and I think they make sense mathematically, scientifically, and one of them is the amount of participation of companies in moves usually used to, at least for the first couple hundred years, be an important factor to be concerned. And this year, 94% of the S&P 500 gain has been on the back of 7 stocks, where the other 493 are only up 4%. To my argument, in the days I remember when seemingly technical analysis had more of an importance when you looked at markets, unless that breadth starts to expand and see more types of companies participating, that's a very risky rally in my view, and one of the concerns I would have going into 2024. I'm curious if technical analysis ever plays a role in your decision making at your management group, and B, how important is the breadth of a market to you?
Extremely important. And I guess in my investment manager company, Bastion, Peter, we focus on the small mid cap. So for us, the index that we really watch closely is the Russell 2000 index. And so if you look at the Russell 2000, I believe it was down close to 20% in 2022. And it may be up, I don't know the exact number today, maybe 4 or 5% on the year this year versus the Magnificent 7 or S&P 500. So the Russell 2000 is down on a 2-year rolling basis, anywhere from 12 to 18%, depending where you start measuring from. So that tells you the participation piece. The Magnificent 7, the big tech stocks, the big 7 and the S&P 500 are up 30, 40, 50% in the last 2 years. Everything else is down. And so what participation means to me, Peter, means the average company is not doing that great. The average company is not being bought. The average company is probably struggling or not getting support from the market. So it's hard for a rally to continue with only 7 stocks driving the bus. Those stocks can only pull so far. We saw that in the tech bubble in 2000. The tech names, the big 5 or 10 tech names are driving the market. Eventually, those names run out of gas. And if there aren't other names to pick up the slack, the whole market rolls over. So when you talk about the market, there's 7 tech stocks, Magnificent 7. There's the rest of the S&P, which is doing a lot worse than the Magnificent 7 are. And then the Russell is doing way worse than the S&P. So overall, the market has not been a fun place. If you've been picking stocks the last 2 years and you haven't bought the big 7 names in the S&P 500, you probably lost money. And so that shows an unhealthy market. So either those stocks have to rally significantly to improve the health of the overall market, or the big names have to roll over. And that's the choice that investors are faced with. But I would not be buying the big 7 tech names right now. I'd be either not long S&P 500s, I would not be long the market, or I'd be long the small caps, hoping that they catch up. And there's a lot of catching up to do to the overall market on that underperformance they've had.
So there's a whole host of fundamentals, and we don't have enough time to even get into some of them, but I want to bring out a couple before we get to the resource sector. You and I both, because we've shared some interviews and I watch yours and I assume you watch some of mine, we believe that the amount of debt and the ability to service as each week goes by becomes more of a challenge for the United States. I think we saw it this year too. I think one of the reasons the bonds didn't rally when there was some crisis before, because people were concerned about, now can we start to pay the interest? And one of the reasons we'll get to gold on its own, but I think it's been one of the factors that we saw some movement into gold that otherwise might have gone into treasuries. How long can this continue? When you start to see our government now having multi-trillion-dollar budget deficits, 1 year's, pushing off this debt limit, and this is also a second problem, but I'll mix it in, Mike. Not only are the two political parties don't want to deal with each other, but there's factions now within each party that don't want to deal with each other either. And these are the people that are going to have to sit down someday and try to put the house Humpty Dumpty back together again. And I don't see it happening. So I may be singing to the choir, but how do you see it, Mike?
for the benefit of your interview, we have done a few interviews together. I encourage your viewers to pick those up and watch them because they're deeper dives than we're even going to do today on our view of the economy and the macro. But just round numbers for your viewers again, Pete. I mean, a $33 trillion deficit that we're knocking on right now. At 5%, that's $1.65 to $1.7 trillion a year of interest expense once that debt rolls over. In real time today, it's $1 trillion a year of interest expense. We're running $1 to $2, $3 trillion deficits per year. I mean, your viewers may have seen the charts, but the debt levels in the U.S. is going parabolic. When you're adding 3, 4, 5 trillion a year to your debt, the debt, 10, 15 years ago, Pete, was under 10 trillion. You're adding that in 2 years these days in terms of the total debt you're adding to the pile. So the debt's going parabolic. The ability of the U.S. government to repay that with real dollars is zero at this point in time. So I think the gold market's sniffing that out. The foreign buyers of U.S. debt, the Chinese, the Russians, the Indians, the Brazilians, the Saudis, they see that. So they're selling treasuries and they're buying gold because they know that the U.S. won't default on its debt, but they're going to print a ton of money to pay it back. So the dollars they're going to be getting back on their bond payments are going to be worth a heck of a lot less in real money than it is today. And so that's one narrative that's happening. And you're right, Pete, the only way to solve that problem is the governments have to make some very hard decisions. We talked in another interview about this, and I don't see the willingness for either side of the aisle to make hard decisions. And even if they did, as you said, Peter, they can't even agree within their own party, let alone amongst the two parties to make those hard decisions. And when you want to talk about cutting spending or investing in productivity or doing major changes to help unleash economic prosperity in America again, you need consensus. You need bipartisan support. And like you said, the Republicans don't agree with each other. The Democrats want to toss Biden out. The Republicans are twisted in knots over Trump. You don't have that kind of consensus and that desire to enact the kind of change that you need. So the playbook remains print more money. It's the path of least resistance. Push the debt ceiling, print more money. Don't rock the boat. But at a certain point in time, Pete, like you saw this year in the bond market revolts. We've had a few bond auctions this year. It's the first time in a long time where you had quasi-failed bond auctions, where there wasn't enough demand to actually get the price that the U.S. government wanted for their treasuries. That's a scary thing. And that's only going to increase. The more debt you issue, the more deficits that you run, the less demand you're going to have and the more supply you're going to be issuing. At a certain point, you can have a bond market panic. And that's when the parties are going to have to get together and have to come up with some real painful decisions. But it's going to be very, very difficult for them to do that until their backs are totally against the wall, which is not a good place for America to be.
Let me sneak one other fundamental, and then I'll have to get to the metals, because I think this is the one that Wall Street and financial advisors and the service community is virtually neglecting and is growing by leaps and bounds to be the 800-pound gorilla one day, not too far in the future. And that is the continuing movement of BRIC nations, companies joining the BRICS, and actions they're taking, including something that passed a few days ago that I thought was an extremely important news event, and of course laughed at by the "Don't Worry, Be Happy" crowd. And that was the country of Qatar officially announcing it's no longer going to accept dollars for oil sales. Saudis are next, but the whole BRIC story is developing methodically. The things that they're doing gradually, currency swaps now between the Saudis and the Chinese. All these things are moving while they're quietly lowering their exposure to U.S. assets without destroying that market. I just think in the next 1 to 3 years, that story of the BRICS is going to be in the top 3, including our debt crisis and our retirement crisis. How do you feel about it, Mike?
I think you're spot on, Pete. I'd say the media gets overly hyped up about, is there a new BRICS currency coming tomorrow? What I can tell you, you rightly pointed out, Pete, I don't really care whether the BRICS currency comes out tomorrow, 5 years or 10 years. What's happening in reality is the erosion of the US dollar as a reserve currency. And if you study history, reserve currencies do not roll over overnight. You don't start with US dollar reserve currency today and tomorrow it's not. What ends up happening is a slow erosion of market share until that market share falls to a point where a new reserve currency comes up. So I think what the BRICS are doing is just chipping away year by year, month by month, at the dominance of the US dollar. Currently, 67% of the world's currency reserves are US dollars. 7% is gold. What you've seen the last 18 months, Pete, is relentless selling of US treasuries by these BRIC nations and relentless buying of gold by their central banks. So whether you have a BRIC currency tomorrow, 5 years, 10 years, follow the money, Pete. Where's the money going? They're selling treasuries, they're selling US dollars, they're reducing their exposure to US dollars, and they're trading in other currencies but they don't want to hold those currencies long term, so they're swapping their money into gold. And so gold is going to be gaining market share from 7% of foreign currency reserves versus 67 for the US dollar. If gold goes from 7 to 20%, that would still be a relatively low percentage on a long-term 300-year basis of where gold has been, but it'll have massive implications to the gold price. And it'll also have steadily increasing negative implications for the US economy, for inflation, for the purchasing power of the US dollar, and for the standard of living in the US. So I think it's going to be a slow bleed. It's not going to be an overnight knockout punch. But if you look at these BRIC countries are doing, is brick by brick, pardon the pun, step by step, putting in places the swap systems, the currency trading, the buying of oil, different things, buying of gold, to erode the dominance of the US dollar over time. Why are they doing it? Partly geopolitical, partly because the fact is they don't want to hold US dollars because they see the fiscal mess the US is on track for, and it's no longer the valuable paper that it used to be. And until the US gets its fiscal house in order, you're going to have sellers who don't want to hold the risk of having dollars that are not worth what they used to be in the future. And you have others that are geopolitically aligned to reduce that from a geopolitical perspective. So you have two pressures on it. And the US is doing everything in its power seemingly to make the US dollar even less attractive than it is today. So that's to only amplify the selling pressure in the future. So that's why I'm so bullish on gold. It's why gold has been trading very, very well, despite high interest rates, high real rates. Gold is 20, 30 bucks away from new all-time highs in US dollars, because the money is flowing to real money that cannot be printed and real money that cannot be inflated away like US dollar can be.
Okay, so we officially flipped over to the metals because you started, and you started with the right one. I think what's interesting, if I just may pause for a moment, you and I came back to it. You were not really involved with resources, but it was a few years back when it was much lower, when you eyed it and really got involved for both yourself and the management that you do. But to me, it's been a story that hasn't been given its proper credit. And the reason I just bring this up, Mike, and I know you've been very busy, I put up on Twitter yesterday because I got one of these many nasty messages I've gotten because of my exposure to mining shares. But in it, the guy basically wrote, well, you know, I know you've been a gold nut since the millennium, and you missed out on the great stock market. And then I showed him from January 1st to yesterday, the stock market was up about 267%, the Dow. But gold was up 693%. And he literally was kind enough to write back and go, wow, I didn't realize that. I think it's been one of the most stealth bull markets ever in gold. Here we were just in 2022. We were at 1650, remember? And I remember all the readings and, of course, the emails, you can tell by it. Oh, my God, this guy says it's going to 12,900, you know, all this stuff. And then even earlier this year, we were in the low 1800s. And again, the bearish stuff and gold's a relic and all this other stuff. And like you said, as you and I speak, we're literally just dollars away from the all-time print. In fact, today, I'm certain we're going to have, for the first time, a monthly close above 2,000. So the metal itself, we'll get to mining shares in this video and the next two we're going to do, but the metal itself is, I couldn't ask for things to be better than for gold right now.
I couldn't agree more, Pete. I got heavily involved in gold in 2015, professionally at my old investment firm. Gold was $1,100 an ounce, and people were saying it's going to go to 1,000. It's a relic. It's finished. But since 2015, gold's gone from $1,100 an ounce to $2,000 an ounce US, almost 100% increase. You know, I had a kind gentleman on social media point out to me saying, one of the interviews, he said, well, if you say it enough, you're going to be right. I got formally involved in the gold sector in 2018. When I put my full energy behind the gold sector. Gold was 1350. I've been very consistent in my macro messaging saying that the macro tailwinds for gold are fantastic. Too much debt in the US. When interest rates were 0, I said, we're going to have a problem when interest rates are 5%. Well, they're 5%, we got a problem. So gold's gone nothing but up. If you take a longer term view than 2 months, most people are incapable of doing these days, but take a longer term view past your nose. Gold's gone nothing but up from $1,100 to $2,000 an ounce. Most commodities, when they go up 100%, there's a mania in the stock, right? Uranium's gone up 100% in the last 6 months. People are going flipping over themselves to buy uranium stocks. There is zero appetite and interest in junior gold stocks, which for me gets me incredibly excited. Someone asked the other day saying, well, where do you think gold's going? So I don't know if gold's going up or down the next 30 days. That's not my game. But I tell you, gold crossed through 2,000. Is anybody excited? Is anybody talking about it on the media? Is anybody texting you or saying, how can I get involved in gold? Zero. So that tells me there's a lot more room to run because gold's close to making a new all-time high and nobody's paying attention. And so that's a really good sign for me. There's a lot more buyers to come. So I think the point you're getting at, Pete, is that the gold has performed really well. The macro backdrop remains fantastic, and yet the stock prices remain at fire sale valuations. Talk about why a bit later in the interview, but tax loss selling, apathy, depression, what do you want to call that? But that setup is really, really rare in my 25-year investment career, in your 40+ year career. Typically, when the backdrop is very, very positive for a commodity or a sector, the stocks are doing very, very well. What we have here is a great backdrop with the stocks underperforming. That gap is going to close, and when it closes, it's going to be violent. It's going to be violent upside, extreme upside in these names. And I think the outlook, as we said, I think gold can go much higher from here. So that even only amplifies your potential upside from here. So yeah, it's a very astute observation, and I'd encourage people to take a long-term view, like you did all the way back to the 1990s, 2000s. 1990 gold was $300 an ounce. It's up to, almost up 8-9 times from what it was in the 90s. Gold has steadily increased in value. What we need is the mainstream investment community to jump on board that thesis. What's that going to take? The Magnificent Seven to roll over. Once the big tech stocks and these big blue chip names start to underperform, and they'll underperform in a recession or in a slowing economic environment, that money's going to get sucked out of those stocks, and the money's going to go to what's working now, what's got the best backdrop for the next 2 or 3 years at the most attractive valuation. And that, to me, is the precious metal sector. And it could start as soon as January, because a lot of portfolio managers at year end, December, they're getting ready for Christmas and the holidays, but they're also thinking about, how am I going to make money in 2024? Am I going to buy more shares of Apple and Nvidia and Microsoft at record valuations with slowing revenue growth? Or am I going to put money in a sector at all-time low valuations with fantastic fundamentals and increasing profitability? That's the decision that portfolio managers are going to make. And I can tell you, none of them own gold right now. So it's not going to take a lot of those guys to get out of tech stocks and rotating to gold to see dramatic moves in the gold stocks. And then after that, you're going to see retail investors start to come back, because those stocks are going to start to perform well. Retail always chases performance. Retail guys will start jumping on board, and you'll start to see that virtuous cycle of very strong equity performance in these names. So I see all the cards lay out. I think we've been very consistent in our views. I have not changed my macro views for 5 years. I've been spot on my calls in all humility in terms of what I think is happening, both to the gold price and to the economy. And so I remain as convicted as ever on my outlook for the sector and for the names I own.
Well, I'm going to play this video when my wife next asks to look at the portfolio and brokerage statement. She needs to hear what you have to say. All right, here's what I want to do for the rest of the video, Mike, because I don't want to take your time when we do also want to get into some of your companies you're involved with. I'm just going to run through the metal names, just a quick answer about them. Very overview of the mining shares, the juniors, the sector itself, and then let's just close with this video to talk about what happens to be both your largest personal holding and mine. And we'll conclude this, and then we'll come back and do another one with some more of your holdings. So here's the metals. We'll just silver.
Silver is poor man's gold. Gold makes a new all-time high. Silver will start to exponentially outperform, because that'll attract the retail crowd, the mainstream investor. Once gold hits those new all-time highs in US dollars, silver typically have a beta 2 or 3 to 1. So in a bull market for gold, if gold's up 5%, silver will be up 10 to 15%. And so I think silver will be a lagging performer to gold, but once the market really gets going, it'll be a turbocharged version of gold going forward.
Copper.
Copper is really interesting, Peter. I mean, I don't know if your viewers have been following the whole first quantum saga in Panama, but that one mine produces 1% of the total copper supply of the world. That mine just officially got shut down. That mine would cost tens of billions of dollars in today's money to build, and it's got shut down based on social, tax, and revenue sharing implications, even though First Quantum spent years renegotiating more generous terms. The Panamanian people still stepped in and want more, and have forced the government to basically shut the mine down. So all that I'm saying is, Peter, is we clearly have a long-term supply deficit in copper. We've seen the numbers. You've done multiple videos on that, Peter. The electrification of the vehicles and the grid is going to require an enormous amount of copper, and we don't have obvious sources of supply. And the stock market, being math-focused people like myself, say, what's the copper price you need to earn a 15-20% return to build a mine? It's about $4.50. So copper should go to $4.50. I think what they're missing is, that's assuming that you spend billions of dollars to build a copper mine and you get to cash flow that mine for the next 20 years. We're seeing increasing resource nationalism in the world. We're seeing increasing social issues, social license issues in parts of the world. So If you're a company looking at putting $4 to $5 billion in Latin America somewhere for a massive copper project, and you say, well, I can earn a 15% return at $4 copper. In the old days, you say, yeah, it's a good return. Let's do it because the backdrop's good for copper. It's a nice return, and we're going to have an optionality on higher prices in the future. Now you look at that and go, my cost to build that mine are probably way too low because inflation is going to increase the cost every single year. And once I sink the $4 or $5 billion in that mine, how long am I going to own it for until the locals, the government come back either asking for more or shut me down altogether? So what I think is going to happen, Peter, is you're going to need much, much higher copper prices, $5, $6, $7, $8 to give these guys a 30, 40, 50% return on their capital to compensate for the increasing risk of security of supply and the risk of building these mines, both from a cost overrun and from a security of supply standpoint. So I think this first quantum event where we've seen the capital overruns on projects coming in 50 to 100% more than they thought before they started building it is going to give a lot of major mining executives cold feet in terms of sanctioning new products. We saw this in oil and gas, Peter, where they simply said, you know what, you guys are so against me as an industry. I'm not going to build any more oil wells. I'm not going to grow production anymore. I think the copper industry is going to be thinking along those lines as well. Very, very cautious about further expansion at a time when you need massive supply additions to supply the copper that we need. So I think that everything you're seeing now is only going to exacerbate the supply pressure on copper and it needs an even higher price break in the future as that demand for copper comes in and there's no mines to fill it.
Well, that's one of the reasons for me, North America, I think, is a premium now. Not that every place in North America, California, I don't know, but I still think that's going to be a premium. Okay, zinc.
Zinc's it's a niche commodity, but I think zinc has a big role in power storage. So you're going to do this grid electrification. You're going to want to charge your car, but how do you store power long term from your solar panels or your wind turbines that generate power at certain times in the day, and then you got to store that power for when it's not sunny outside where there's no wind. And zinc has excellent properties for power storage longer term. So as the electrification of the grid continues to increase, you're going to need more and more power storage need, and zinc has some very interesting applications in that power storage market. It's also used heavily in stainless steel. So when you talk about, unfortunately, increased military engagement in the world that has a lot of steel usage, the rebuilding post-military conflicts also going to have a large impact on steel. So zinc has a nice positive demand backdrop that I see going forward multi-years. And there's many smelters with gas prices rising in Europe, depending on the weather and the conflict. We have problems in Russia. High gas prices also disincentivize zinc production. So I see somewhat restrained supply, increasing demand. And again, the same thing is also true in zinc. There's not a lot of appetite to build new mines globally. So I think supply is going to be disappointing on the small side for zinc, and the demand will be higher. So there's a positive tailwind for zinc as well.
Now, I know you a few years, and until recently, I don't really think you had any ownership, and maybe there was one that had a little interest, but I know most recently you got involved with a company that I got involved with as well, and it's in lithium. What made you now, after really, I think, not having anything to do with it, if I'm correct, but now you became a significant shareholder in this lithium play?
Yeah, a couple of things, Peter. I mean, I'm a contrarian at heart. I've said to you views before. I like to invest in commodities when the price is low and the sentiment and the future outlook for the commodity is positive, and the sentiment around the names in that sector is low. And so what I saw in lithium was the last 2 years, you could be hard pressed to find a commodity that's hotter than lithium. I think lithium went from $10,000 a ton to $80,000 a ton in record speed. So when a commodity goes up 800% in a very short period of time, and the stocks start trading at big multiples off those very high commodity prices historically, I got concerned. Geologically, Peter, we're not really short lithium. There's a lot of lithium in the world. It hasn't been explored for properly, so that those high prices incentivize a lot of exploration development. What's re-engaging, Peter, is the lithium price has gone from $80,000 back down to $15,000 to $20,000. It's almost done a full round trip. The lithium price has come way down. The stocks have come down. They're still trading at much healthier valuations than the gold names I invest in. So I was still struggling to find a names that are reasonably valued. But with the lithium price down, I think it's got as much chance of going up as going down from here. So that's a good starting point for lithium. The demand backdrop is still very, very strong for lithium. But I just feel the market's a lot more sane and calm than it was a year and a half ago. And I was able to find a name that was very attractively valued, that had a shot at having a highly economic project with successful drilling. And so To me, I'm very agnostic when it comes to commodities, as long as I don't have a negative view of a commodity coming down in price. I'm looking for quality projects, quality assets that can become mines in any commodity. But if I have an outlook where a commodity is going to be going down, then I'll stay away till that outlook changes, and that's changed in lithium. I think lithium has bottomed out here, or pretty close to bottoming out from a commodity perspective.
I have to ask you about one more because you spent a great deal of time in it at one time, not at the moment, but maybe because prices have come back down, you may be looking at it again. I don't know. I'm not pre-running anything. I'm just assuming. Oil.
Yep. Oil, same thing. I think oil has a really positive supply picture. If you look at basically the governments in Canada, the US, and Europe have been waging all out war against the oil business for the last 5 to 10 years with the green revolution we've seen. So the oil companies all got the message. They kind of said, okay, fine, you don't want my product. You're increasing taxes. You're making it impossible to get pipelines, impossible to permit projects. You don't want my product. I'm going to stop increasing production of my product. So all the oil companies have got religion. They've stopped trying to grow. I mean, when I covered oil 15, 20 years ago, every company was trying to grow as fast as humanly possible. That's how you attracted investors. The faster you grew, the bigger valuation you got in the market from investors. These days, Peter, if you grow, you get punished by investors. Investors say, don't grow, generate free cash flow, pay all your excess cash flow back to me in dividends and buybacks. And so these companies as a whole, US oil production is growing this year. It's going to flatten out next year. Canada, same thing, flattening out. So your supply picture has gone flat to down. While the demand side, because I'm so involved in the mining space now, Peter, we talked about copper. Copper is going to be $7, $8 in the future because we're short copper. This is going to put a severe slowdown in the electrification and the electric vehicle market. If your raw commodities are going to be too expensive to make cars on a cheap basis. So what I think is going to happen is the oil demand is going to be longer and stronger than people think. The bears on the street think oil demand is going to roll over in 5 years. Everyone's going to be driving an electric vehicle. I think it's going to take a heck of a lot longer to make that transition happen. So the demand is going to be stronger. Supply is going to remain anemic. And so you're going to have higher prices, I think, in the future. Why I have not bought oil stocks in the last 2 years, Peter? We had a war in Russia that spiked the price to $120 a barrel. Now we have a war in the Middle East that's also put some geopolitical tension into the oil price. But the reality is the economy is slowing. And in my experience, you don't make money in oil when the economy is slowing down. When the economy is slowing down or going into recession, typically oil stocks have a very hard time working. So my long-term view is oil is going to be significantly higher than where it is today. I like to be owner of these stocks, but not in a decelerating economic environment. So I remain an active researcher and viewer of the names in the sector. Maybe I could find a single name or two that really attracts me, but I'd rather buy it when the market bottoms out, when the recession is fully priced in, because I've got that long-term positive backdrop, and there's very little capital coming into the sector, which is also attractive to me long-term.
Is there any other commodity that I'm missing that you want to just mention as a commodity itself?
I mean, natural gas is an oil family, but what's interesting on natural gas, Peter, is that the natural gas, LNG, liquid natural gas, is going to be exported more and more to Europe. There's a big liquid natural gas operations being opened up in Canada, some major expansions in the US. And why that's important, Peter, is gas in Europe might be anywhere from $8 to $20 an MCF, whereas in Canada trades at $2 to $3 an MCF. Because in Europe, they have a choice whether either they buy oil or they buy liquid natural gas. And so when the oil price is $100, it's all about the arbitrage between how much the barrel of oil costs me versus natural gas. Where in America, you can buy oil or you can use gas, but this domestic market, so gas price can trade wildly disconnected from the oil price. Let's say the equivalent energy price of gas in Canada should be $10 or $12 an MCF, but it trades 2 or 3 because there's no global market for gas. So this LNG export, they're going to make the global market or the gas price in North America and Canada globally priced. So there's going to be a real positive tailwind on natural gas pricing in North America. So gas pricing in North America could be going up, while the price of natural gas in Europe goes down because we have more supply coming from the US. So it's a nice backdrop there, Peter. And I think those stocks are worthy of investors' attention. Again, right now it's still floppy right now, depending on weather and winter in the US, but in a couple of years, that market's going to become global. And I think the gas price will be a couple of bucks higher than it is structurally today over the long term. And if you can buy those stocks at cheap valuation, they can be quite interesting.
Okay, last two subjects, mining shares and junior resource stocks in general. We'll get into one specific one after this. Let me just start by saying, because I saw the metals going up, I thought it was a no-brainer to own these things, and yet I found my personal holdings on the wrong side of the worst bear market in 40 years, especially when we go down the food chain, Mike. It's not uncommon to see juniors 60, 70, 80% below their 52 highs with viable projects, not just something that blew up and it's trading at 5 cents. Maybe not a touch on why it might have done what it's done, but the only thing that's going to matter is going forward.
Mm-hmm. Well, briefly touching on why I think the stocks have been so poor. I mean, first of all, in the short run, Warren Buffett says the stock market's a voting machine. In the long run, it's a weighing machine. So you talk about a scale. The price of gold going up as much as it has made all the businesses that we're invested in, maybe your viewers are invested in, significantly more valuable today than they were 2 or 3 years ago. What's happened over the last little while, Peter, is that you've seen you've talked about this too in previous interviews, a dearth of investors. The investment advisors that used to buy gold stocks don't buy them anymore. Then you had a bucket of institutional investors that have gold-specific funds. I know a lot of the managers of those funds personally because we invest in some of the slimmer names and we're peers. All those funds have been either getting redemptions, getting fired, some of these fund managers from their companies, because the market's been good. The tech stocks have been good. The overall Magnificent Seven has been good. So all the money's flowing to the large cap names and flowing out of those gold funds. So those funds have no new money to invest, and they're getting redemptions and they've got to sell. Retail came briefly back into the gold sector during COVID when the gold price did really, really well. All those guys and girls have now exited and they're frustrated and they're selling. So you got institutional fund managers selling, you got retail selling, and then you got even the guys that like these stocks need a tax loss because you own NVIDIA, it's up 200%, you need a tax loss. So what's down your portfolio? You're selling your losers. And so a lot of these names are down 50, 60, 70% from the highs. So it's worth more dead than alive. You sell that stock with a tax loss, you get half of it back on your tax return. So all those factors are confluing together in this month of November to put a final pressure on these names, which is why I'm so excited for December and January, because once that tax loss selling is over, once the redemption selling is over, retail's already out, any new buying in these names, and I'm already seeing the last couple of days, some of these names I know where the tax loss selling is officially over, I can see the supplies drop, these stocks gone up 50 to 100% in 3 to 5 days. They're just like flagpoles because the market's pressure of selling is done, and now the fundamentals can reassert. So frustrating, but again, the market's a weighing machine in the long term. So these businesses are significantly more valuable than they were 2 years ago, and they're trading at 50, 70% of the values. And the weakness in the stock is almost 100% related to negative supply-demand dynamics that I think is about to be resolved positively because these selling pressure will basically be done for many of these names in the next 30 days.
Mike, you live this and breathe this far more than I do, especially these days. This isn't my occupation anymore in the metals and mining industry. Talking to some of the smaller junior companies, one in particular, I mentioned his name because I got a lot of respect for him. I think he carries himself extremely well, and I know you're a major shareholder of his company, Sam Lee. He has brought out, he's over at a conference on how the majors now, who are in phenomenal shape compared to previous cycles, how he's starting to see them ruffle their feathers, start to do some deals and start to recognize this. Free cash flow, something I don't remember ever, going back to my money management days. Majors by this time were already in trouble. They were borrowing and leveraged, and it seems to me there's an ideal M&A window opening up for the big guys, for the little guys. You live this and breathe this. I don't. Have you noticed that in recent days?
I can tell you the chatter that I'm hearing, and it's all obviously chatter because I don't have access. None of the corporates are telling me exactly what they're doing, but I can tell you that the desire of corporates to do M&A, to merge, to acquire, to grow, to make strategic investments is at the highest I've seen it since the last 8 years. I've been heavily involved in the mining space. I mean, it's really intense. There's not a company I don't talk to that I don't hear is not looking at something or interested in doing something or buying something or merging with someone. So I think, yes, you're absolutely right, Peter. The balance sheets of the bigger corporates are in pristine shape. They're generating free cash flow, generating even more free cash flow with this $200 move higher we've seen in gold prices. So yes, I do think you're going to see an acute uptick in M&A in the early part of 2024, maybe even at year end here. And I'm also seeing way down in the food chain, the juniors, I'm seeing also a large uptick in consolidation junior sector. And we'll talk about a few names in a second, I think, that we're going to talk about that have done really smart M&A transactions, deals that should have happened years ago, Peter. Consolidating of camps, putting two assets together in the same geographic area, they can share costs and synergies and get the economic scale they need. These deals never happen in good markets because the management teams are paying themselves good salaries and they've got enough money in the bank and there's no need to do it. Well, in the bear market, that accelerates these demands. We're seeing the juniors getting more and more willing to merge or talk to each other or do the right thing in terms of consolidating capital, creating value. You're seeing the majors that want to do more acquisitions. You're seeing the mid-tier companies who want to merge with each other. So you're going to see a flurry of deal activity in the next 12 months. You've seen a lot already in the last little while, but you're going to see even more in 24. And that'll be positive as well, because as those companies get acquired for cash, that cash gets recycled back into the market and other names have to get bought with that redeployment of capital. So that'll be another positive tailwind for these names next year.
All right, last subject. It is the first of several companies we'll talk about over the next 2 other videos we'll do besides this. It's your largest holding by far, I believe. It's certainly my largest holding. It has gotten a lot of interest, and then because of its performance in the stock, it's probably gotten me more negative emails than I got in many, many years. Yet the story itself, to me, has only gotten better net, even though there's some issues I think that still need to be addressed. Of course, I'm talking about Arizona Metals. So A, are you still the single largest shareholder? And B, what's your latest assessment?
Yeah, absolutely the largest shareholder. It's absolutely my largest position by a large margin in my portfolio. I would say, it's year end, Peter. So we're doing our year end resolutions, year end review. So I looked at Arizona Metals year, and I'm going to give you a candid assessment of, I think, the good things they did this year. And I think you got some questions from viewers on maybe some of the things that are hurting the stock or holding them back. But I walk through the list. I'd say, first of all, we've been talking about it for a couple of years that the K deposit itself was not likely an isolated incident. And so about 3 months ago, we had confirmation they made a discovery at K West. They made a nice high grade discovery of 3 meters at 3 grams, putting a meter of over 10-gram gold. Why that's important is that tells you that the system it's very robust and definitely present a kilometer west of the K mine. And so to remind your viewers, there's 10 kilometers of strike they've yet to test here. That's folded like an accordion within a 1 kilometer span. And that was really this first proof of concept that the K mine is not an isolated incident. There's likely multiple pods of mineralization over this 10-kilometer trend, which, by the way, they've only tested less than 10%. So 90% of the prospective horizons yet to be tested, and they've already found a world-class mine, and they think they're on the edge of finding a second one at K West. Market's completely ignored that. I think that's a big mistake the market's making. Secondly, they drilled some shallow wells at K recently, shallow holes at K recently, that shows that 200 meters between, or 300 meters between the surface and the deposit was yet to be drilled. It's likely all mineralized. We knew it was mineralized because in the 60s when Exxon found it, they found it at surface. There's a Gossan at surface, but they never had the right rig to drill the shallow holes. So they're going to infill that. That could potentially add several million tons to the resource. Very low cost drilling, further expanding K, which is already a fantastic world-class deposit. Thirdly, they did something very, very smart, Peter. I think that the market, again, did not realize how important it was. They acquired another 70 acres of private land. They now have 170 acres of private land, which is more than enough to put all the mill, the infrastructure, the pads, the equipment that they need to build the mine. And that's important because it's significant de-risking. When you're on private land, the permitting pathway to put your infrastructure there is much lower than if you have to go through the BLM or federal land. So that's, again, for the corporates really care about that. Retail investors don't understand it, but a significant de-risking. To have your own private land is a game changer for a development in the United States. That's a key de-risking event that's already had. Fourthly, the metallurgy at Sugarloaf. We talked about this in the past, Peter. That positive metallurgy in the sulfide zone at Sugarloaf, which is for your viewers, is their second asset outside of K, to me, showed the potential for a multi-million ounce deposit using heap leach technology. Very off the shelf, very low cost, very run of the mill, low capex, very high return potential project in $2,000 gold price environment. Again, the market is giving negative value to Sugarloaf because K is trading at pennies on the dollar of its fair value. And you got a second asset I think they've de-risked significantly with that metallurgy this year that's getting no credit at all. Not a good piece of news. And finally, last two things, the company is incredibly well funded with $40 million of cash. So the last thing you want in this market, if your stock is down and is not recovering, if you have to raise money, it's going to be a hurdle to get your stock up until you raise the money you need and take dilution for your shareholders. The company is so well funded, they've got money for the next 2 years or 3 years at least, without having to do any equity financing at all. So that's a nice consolation for us who have lost money in the stock recently, that there's no equity raise coming. They've got all the money they need to execute on their plans. And when the market turns around, you're going to see a significant rally and no need for equity funding in the market. That I mentioned earlier, some of these stocks, why? So all you see how that, why is the stock down, Peter? And we'll get into a little bit more, but first thing I think is you're seeing massive tax loss selling in AMC. You know, a lot of institutions have taken losses in this name, and they're selling the name to generate tax losses to offset gains elsewhere in their portfolio. You're seeing, you know, some exasperation in the performance of the stock, some exasperation in the speed which management has executed some of their plans. All that's kind of accumulating in this negative cycle here, where the lower the stock goes, the more tax loss selling creates. I think all that's going to be resolved in the next 15 to 20 days. It's mathematically tax loss selling season is basically over, and most institutions that I know have been selling are now out of the name. So you've got the supply of selling hopefully drying up. You've got the fundamentals I talked about earlier that create a lot of value this year, and you got a nice massive move in the commodity price higher, which increases the value of the asset, and the stock has underperformed versus its group. Typically, stocks that trade like that post the year-end 2023 do very well out of the gates in January, February, 2024. It's a tax loss catch-up. The underperformers from last year do very well into next year, and the companies continue to create value all throughout this year. It's trading well below my assessment of fair value. I think K alone is worth $8 to $10 a share. I think K West could be another K. So you got a potential double there. You got Sugarloaf, and you got all the money you need to move the project forward. You know, so I think there's incredible value here. We got to change the sentiment on this name. We got to change the mood around the stock, but the fundamentals remain very, very strong at this company.
So let me talk about the move, because these are the things that I hear, and I want to make a point that just between four friends and myself, we have the same amount of holding that you have, not counting many, many other people I know that follow us. So this is a thing I hear and live and breathe each day. And I like to get your opinion on this, because I think it will be fair, and I think it will be well searched. The one that I get very aggravated is because there's stupidity on the person that has talked about this. A certain person who's been around the resource seemingly doesn't sleep, because he's on every conceivable talk thing you could be on about resources. Whenever asked either about this company or Arizona in general, he brings up potential permitting problem. And I addressed it finally to people to go and look at a company like the Fraser Institute, who's a distinguished, not caught up or paid by any one group, who always ranks Arizona as one of the top 5 places in the world. And because there is one company that's had a big issue with that, and then to hear that person also claimed that there's problems with local people or turtles, whatever, when none of this is true. Absolutely none of it is true. And yet the fact that the person talks about it and it spreads and it almost becomes truth because it's talked about so much. You've been there. You have a whole lot of money like I do in this. You've had people research it for yourself. What do you say first about any concerns about permitting at the K deposit?
And I hate when people do that, because all permitting, you're right, Arizona is one of the top jurisdictions in the world for mining. So if Arizona is a bad place to do mining, then God help us, we're not going to mine anywhere. It's in the top 10, maybe top 5 jurisdiction according to the Fraser. So if you don't like Arizona, my question would be, where do you want to mine? Would be my first question. My second point is, even in a great jurisdiction, it's all about the local details. So I'm from Canada. If you want to put a mine in the national park of the Rocky Mountains in Western Canada, it's not going to happen. So it depends on where you are, right? And so, you know, the great thing about Arizona Mountain, and I did my homework before I made my investment, is the company, before they got involved, did a detailed animal and vegetation study. There are no endangered species and there's no endangered vegetation on their property. So that's the first box tick. They did a detailed archaeological study. There are no historical First Nations artifacts or indigenous artifacts on the property, no historical grounds, no burial sites, nothing. So those 2 boxes, which can trip you up, are no longer present. It's on private patented land or BLM land. It's not on national forest land, which is another area that can get you tripped up. So it's kind of the best type of land from a permitting pathway perspective. And it's in a very right-leaning, independent/Republican type district that's kind of pro-jobs, pro-work, and very, very open for business type area. So the social license, while not fully fleshed out, because they're not building the mine yet, the local population in general would be aligned ideologically with a mining project. And finally, it's not some giant open pit that you can see from outer space in your spaceship. This is a small, underground mine, which moves a relatively low amount of rock because the grade is so high, so the footprint is very, very low. So Peter, if I had to pick attributes to have a more advantageous situation to build a mine, I think Arizona Metals would be way at the top of my list of just basic attributes. And then you layer on the fact it's one of the most prolific grade mines I've seen in North America. This thing is screaming to get built and has all the right attributes to get permitted. Now you have to go through the process, but it's got all the positive attributes. When you talk about problems, the mine that maybe that gentleman running in was talking about was on national forest land and was on a sacred burial ground for the Apache. I mean, so if you want to build a mine, those two things, like good luck. That's going to be a very difficult thing. None of that's present in Arizona Metals. Like I walk you through all those details are in Arizona Metals' favor here. You've got to get the permits, but the stars are lined up very, very nicely for Arizona Metals to be a fully permitted mine and in one of the best jurisdictions in the world for mining.
Okay. Until recently, and correct me if I was wrong, management had spoken about earlier this year and the year before that they were looking for an initial resource estimate by the end of this year. They then, in the last one or two updates that they did, moved it to by the end of next year. What I got from people, both private investors as well as institutional people I've spoken to, is why is that? Is there a concern for that? And in a sense, does that make it dead money because a lot of people were in this because they thought they were going to start showing that they had a significant mine being built? How do you address that, Mike?
Two things. I mean, fully transparent. I think they focus a lot of their drilling resources and attention on the west. They moved 2 rigs over to the west and left only 1 rig or no rigs on K for a good portion of 2023. And I think that came from an overabundance of caution because the gold market and the metals market was very soft for most of this year, as you know. And I think they were trying to, manage the budget. So they were running all the rigs on the west and not drilling K as quickly as they should have been drilling K. And then when they pivoted back to K, they made some discoveries close to surface, which meant that the K deposit looked like it's much larger than they initially thought, both at surface and the north and south side. They set themselves, well, we could put a resource out now, and I don't know what the resource number is, but they could put a very robust resource out now, but we could grow this resource significantly with relatively low cost, shallow drilling and have an even bigger resource out next year. So I think it's a smart move to keep drilling if you can grow your resource. I think the mistake that they made was, why didn't you run 4 rigs last year, run 2 on the west and 2 on K at the same time so that the resource could be ready sooner? And I think it was an overabundance and an over desire to preserve the treasury in a tough market. And so some investors have gotten frustrated at the fact that they didn't spend more money this year to accelerate the resource. Now, looking how badly the market's traded, you could take either side of that argument. If they had $20 million cash today instead of $40 million cash today, but they had a resource, would you be happy or not? I personally would rather have the resource, but I'm very happy they have the $40 million in cash. So I think the frustration has been the resource took longer. The reasons were they were focused on the west versus K for most of last year. And also the resource has gotten bigger at K. They've found more low-hanging fruit, so to speak, to drill at K, which means when the resource does come out next year, it's going to be a lot bigger than we even hoped it would be this year. Could they put out a resource that would be big but not enormous this year at $2 a share? If you put out a 15, 20 million ton resource, the stock would rally strongly. I think management's goal is to put out a resource that's significantly larger than the street expectations. And they're thinking they want to put something out in the, I don't know, little numbers, 25, $30 million ton range. That would be their goal. I think at this point in time, any resource would be a very well-received resource, given how cheap the stock is trading. But they've got a plan. They're very fixated on it. They want to flesh out the biggest resource possible, which means we'll get at some point next year.
Okay, the other thing that came up, and it surprised me as well, and I didn't do as deep thinking as maybe I should have to hindsight. We were caught up. We saw the K. They were moving out to the west. We had the great arguments, all the technical reasons. Like you said, it looks like they made a discovery hole. But then they basically had to stop, and then suddenly we're shared about a plan of operation that basically opens up that they can almost drill anywhere they want, or if I understand it at all. But that could take many, many months to get it and then first start drilling. So again, the combination of that and the resource, people said, oh, dead money. I can come back to this next summer and go into something else. What do you think, or what do you feel about how this plan of planning the drilling, hindsight 2020.
Yeah, I'd say, look, the very, very good news is that they made a significant discovery at K West. The disappointment, I guess if you could call it that, is that they had two pads permitted, one at the southern end of K West, one at the kind of middle of the K West property that they had. And their discovery hole was well north of that. Using directional drilling, they used their farthest north pad to step out on a diagonal angle, and they hit the discovery hole on the furthest north they could get to from that permitted pad. Now the problem is when you permit pads, Peter, you don't actually know where the gold mine or the copper mine is going to be until you drill it. And so the two pads they had permitted just happened to be too far south from where they found the significant intersection. So now they're faced with the conundrum of, well, you can keep drilling from that western pad. And I've actually informed myself, Peter, that sentiment is wrong. They actually can drill more from that western pad, and I'm told they are looking into that as a possibility. So that'd be a very positive catalyst that could surprise people in the new year. It may not very well be dead money for 6 months. They might have drilling sooner rather than later there. And you can also do some things on permitting where you can repurpose pads that are already in place and put a new pad in. So you can trade one pad farther away and put a new pad in place, and the same disturbance is still held up within the 5 acres. So I know they're looking at that as well. And you can also drill some shallower holes in that deposit from the current pad. So there's ways to get at that western discovery without having to wait several months for the plan of operations. The plan of operations is important in the sense that what they're doing now is they're doing a property-wide sampling program. So we talked in the past about that 10 kilometers of strike looks like a snake, which is 10 kilometers crushed into 1 kilometer of east-west. They've sampled extensively up and down that as much as they could, that 10-kilometer trend. Those results should come out in the new year. Before you do your plan of operations, you got to tell the state where do you want to put the pads. And so if they've got big copper showings at surface over here and over here and over here, that's where you're going to want to put your new pads. And so they're waiting for those samples to come back to get the biggest bang for their buck, so to speak, on putting the pads in the right place in their plan of operations so it can be approved quicker. So the good news is, Peter, they've made a new discovery. They've been sampling extensively across the property, which I think is going to show them they've got a lot more targets than people think or know about today to drill in the future. Yes, it's going to take a bit of time for the plan of operations, but they can drill more holes in the west by getting creative with what they have in place already. And while you're waiting, you got 2 rigs drilling on K that are going to be dramatically increasing the size of that resource with every hole that they drill. So I don't agree that it's dead money here by any stretch. And why would you give them negative value for a brand new discovery just because it's going to take them 3 to 6 months more to get some new holes in it? I think that's a very faulty logic and a surefire way to lose money if you're selling the stock here.
Okay, one little quick question on the spinoff. For my old novice self, I would have thought with the amount of money we have, taking a couple million of that and drilling that now, because of how ready it is and how not far down we have to drill, show it to be worth it and more, would make that spinoff so much more valuable and net to us as shareholders. Yet the company talks about just holding off until market conditions are better. I'm assuming they mean market conditions in terms of interest in mining shares, not the metal price, because can't imagine you can't make money at $2,100 gold. How do you feel about that, Michael, on terms of should we consider should drilling a potential spinoff be done to enhance value, even if it means taking a couple million of the 40 million?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the same logic that they had when they moved the rigs to K and didn't want to drill on K West. Sorry, didn't want to drill K. They're very cautious with their treasury, and they view the cash. I'm only speaking myself as a private investor here. They want to preserve that balance sheet above all costs because their view it's a very tough market. And they're right. We've been whining and crying about how tough the market has been for the last year for junior mining investors. So they view that balance sheet as a real source of strength, and therefore any extra investment in either Sugarloaf or putting 4 or 5 rigs in the property to drill to both the west and K simultaneously was not the strategy they chose. Myself, as Michael Gentile, the $40 million balance sheet, with what I see in the metal prices currently, what I know the value they unlock, I would strongly encourage them to spend $2-3 million drilling Sugarloaf, get that to a 43-101 compliant resource, or at least show investors that the sulfide gold interval they did the met work on is omnipresent across the property, so that investors can do their own calculations and see there's multiple million ounces of gold. And when you spend that asset out, by spending $2 or $3 million today, you could spend that asset out at a much, much higher valuation with additional drilling done. And I think investors will reward them to unlock the value of Sugarloaf, especially while they wait for the permits and the plan of operations on K West. So my vote, which I don't have one on the board, would be to have them drill Sugarloaf sooner rather than later, because I think you can create a lot of value there, and your spin out will be much more valuable with that drilling done than if you wait to spin it out and have to spend the code do the drilling for you.
Yeah, and I don't think it would be dead money then, because there'd be something that could be happening. All right, listen, we took a lot of time on this one. We got one more to go today. We're going to talk to you. How are you describing your next series? This is going to be the advanced exploration to development stories that we're going to speak about.
Looking forward to it, Peter.
So take a break, get a glass of water, and we'll be back.
All right, thanks, Peter.
Kylie Ying has worked at many interesting places, such as MIT, CERN, and Free Code Camp. She's a physicist, engineer, and basically a genius. And now she's going to teach you about machine learning in a way that is accessible to absolute beginners.
What's up, you guys? So welcome to Machine Learning for Everyone. If you are someone who is interested in machine learning and you think you are considered as everyone, then this video is for you. In this video, we'll talk about supervised and unsupervised learning models. We'll go through maybe a little bit of the logic or math behind them, and then we'll also see how we can program it on Google Colab. If there are certain things that I have done and you're somebody with more experience than me, please feel free to correct me in the comments, and we can all as a community learn from this together. So with that, let's just dive right in. Without wasting any time, let's just dive straight into the code, and I will be teaching you guys concepts as we go. So this here is the UCI machine learning repository, and basically they just have a ton of data sets that we can access. And I found this really cool one called the Magic Gamma Telescope data set. So in this data set, if you don't want to read all of this information, to summarize what I think is going on, is there's this gamma telescope, and we have all these high energy particles hitting the telescope. Now there's a camera, there's a detector that actually records certain patterns of how this light hits the camera, and we can use properties of those patterns in order to predict what type of particle caused that radiation. So whether it was a gamma particle or some other hadron. Down here, these are all of the attributes of those patterns that we collect in the camera. So you can see that there's, some length, width, size, asymmetry, etc. Now we're going to use all these properties to help us discriminate the patterns and whether or not they came from a gamma particle or a hadron. So in order to do this, we're going to come up here, go to the data folder, and you're going to click this Magic 04 data, and we're going to download that. Now over here, I have a Colab notebook open. So you go to colab.research.google.com, you start a new notebook, and I'm just going to call this the Magic data set. So actually, I'm going to call this for Code Camp Magic example. Okay. So with that, I'm going to first start with some imports. So I will import, I always import NumPy. I always import pandas. And I always import matplotlib. And then we'll import other things as we go. So yeah. We run that. In order to run the cell, you can either click this play button here, or you can, on my computer, it's just Shift Enter, and that will run the cell. And here I'm just going to let you guys know, okay, this is where I found the data set. So I've copied and pasted this actually, but this is just where I found the data set. And in order to import that downloaded file that we got from the computer, we're going to go over here to this folder thing. And I am literally just going to drag and drop that file into here. Okay. So in order to take a look at, what does this file consist of? Do we have the labels? Do we not? I mean, we could open it on our computer, but we can also just do pandas read CSV, and we can pass in the name of this file. And let's see what it returns. So it doesn't seem like we have the labels. So let's go back to here. I'm just gonna make the columns, the column labels, all of these attribute names over here. So I'm just gonna take these values and make that the column names. All right, how do I do that? So basically, I will come back here and I will create a list called calls, and I will type in all of those things. With f size, f conc, and we also have f conc 1. We have f symmetry, fm3 long, fm3 trans, f alpha. What else do we have? F dist and class. And class. Okay, great. Now, in order to label those as these columns down here in our data frame, so basically this command here just reads some CSV file that you pass in. CSV is comma separated values, and turns that into a pandas data frame object. So now if I pass in a names here, then it basically assigns these labels to the columns of this data set. So I'm gonna set this data frame equal to df, and then if we call, so head is just like, give me the first 5 things. Now you'll see that we have labels for all of these, okay? All right, great. So one thing that you might notice is that over here, the class labels, we have G and H. So if I actually go down here and I do data frame class.unique, you'll see that I have either G's or H's, and these stand for gammas or hadrons. And our computer is not so good at understanding letters, right? Our computer is really good at understanding numbers. So what we're going to do is we're going to convert this to 0 for G and 1 for H. So here I'm going to set this equal to this, whether or not that equals G, and then I'm just going to say as type int. So what this should do is convert this entire column. If it equals G, then this is true, so I guess that would be 1, and then if it's H, it would be false, so that would be 0. But I'm just converting G and H to 1 and 0. It doesn't really matter, like, if G is 1 and H is 0, or vice versa. Let me just take a step back right now and talk about this data set. So here I have some data frame, and I have all of these different values for each entry. Now this is each of these is one sample. It's one example. It's one item in our data set. It's one data point. All of these things are kind of the same thing when I mention, oh, this is one example, or this is one sample, or whatever. Now, each of these samples, they have, one quality for each, or one value for each of these labels up here, and then it has the class. Now, what we're going to do in this specific example is try to predict for future, samples, whether the class is G for gamma or H for hadron. And that is something known as classification. Now, all of these up here, these are known as our features. And features are just things that we're going to pass into our model in order to help us predict the label, which in this case is the class column. So for, sample 0, I have 10 different features. So I have 10 different values that I can pass into some model, and I can spit out, the class, the label. And I know the true label here is G, so this is actually supervised learning. All right. So before I move on, let me just give you a quick little crash course on what I just said. This is machine learning for everyone. Well, the first question is, what is machine learning? Well, machine learning is a subdomain of computer science that focuses on certain algorithms which might help a computer learn from data without a programmer being there telling the computer exactly what to do. That's what we call explicit programming. So you might have heard of AI and ML and data science. What is the difference between all of these? So AI is artificial intelligence, and that's an area of computer science where the goal is to enable computers and machines to perform human-like tasks and simulate human behavior. Now, machine learning is a subset of AI that tries to solve one specific problem and make predictions using certain data. And data science is a field that attempts to find patterns and draw insights from data. And that might mean we're using machine learning. So all of these fields kind of overlap, and all of them might use machine learning. So there are a few types of machine learning. The first one is supervised learning. And in supervised learning, we're using labeled inputs. So this means whatever input we get, we have a corresponding output label in order to train models and to learn outputs of different new inputs that we might feed our model. So for example, I might have these pictures, okay? To a computer, all these pictures are pixels. They're pixels with a certain color. Now in supervised learning, all of these inputs have a label associated with them. This is the output that we might want the computer to be able to predict. So for example, over here, this picture is a cat, this picture is a dog, and this picture is a lizard. Now there's also unsupervised learning. And in unsupervised learning, we use unlabeled data to learn about patterns in the data. So here are my input data points. Again, they're just images, they're just pixels. Well, okay, let's say I have a bunch of these different pictures. And what I can do is I can feed all of these to my computer, and I might not, my computer's not gonna be able to say, oh, this is a cat, dog, and lizard in terms of, the output, but it might be able to cluster all of these pictures. It might say, hey, all of these have something in common. All of these have something in common. And then these down here have something in common. That's finding some sort of structure in our unlabeled data. And finally, we have reinforcement learning. And reinforcement learning, well, usually there's an agent that is learning in some sort of interactive environment based on rewards and penalties. So let's think of a dog. We can train our dog, but there's not necessarily, any wrong or right output at any given moment, right? Well, let's pretend that dog is a computer. Essentially what we're doing is we're giving rewards to our computer and telling our computer, hey, this is probably something good that you want to keep doing. Well, computer agent, terminology. But in this class today, we'll be focusing on supervised learning and unsupervised learning and learning different models for each of those. All right, so let's talk about supervised learning first. So this is kind of what a machine learning model looks like. You have a bunch of inputs that are going into some model, and then the model is spitting out an output, which is our prediction. So all these inputs, this is what we call the feature vector. Now, there are different types of features that we can have. We might have qualitative features, and qualitative means categorical data. There's either a finite number of categories or groups. So one example of a qualitative feature might be gender. And in this case, there's only two here. It's for the sake of the example. I know this might be a little bit outdated. Here we have a girl and a boy. There are two genders, there are two different categories. That's a piece of qualitative data. Another example might be, okay, we have, a bunch of different nationalities. Maybe a nationality or a nation or a location. That might also be an example of categorical data. Now, in both of these, there's no inherent order. It's not like, we can rate US 1 and France 2, Japan 3, etc., right? not really any inherent order built into either of these categorical data sets. That's why we call this nominal data. Now, for nominal data, the way that we want to feed it into our computer is using something called one-hot encoding. So let's say that, I have a data set. Some of the items in our data, some of the inputs might be from the US. Some might be from India, then Canada, then France. Now, how do we get our computer to recognize that? We have to do something called one-hot encoding. And basically, one-hot encoding is saying, okay, well, if it matches some category, make that a 1, and if it doesn't, just make that a 0. So for example, if your input were from the US, you might have 1 0 0 0. India, 0 1 0 0. Canada, okay, well, the item representing Canada is 1, and then France, the item representing France is 1, and then you can see that the rest are zeros. That's one-hot encoding. Now, there are also a different type of qualitative feature. So here on the left, there are different age groups. There's babies, toddlers, teenagers, young adults, and so on, right? And on the right-hand side, we might have different ratings. So maybe bad, not so good, mediocre, good, and then like great. Now, these are known as ordinal pieces of data because they have some sort of inherent order, right? Like being a toddler is a lot closer to being a baby than being an elderly person, right? Or good is closer to great than it is to really bad. So these have some sort of inherent ordering system. And so for these types of data sets, we can actually just mark them from 1 to 5, or we can just say, hey, for each of these, let's give it a number. And this makes sense because, like, for example, the thing that I just said, how good is closer to great, then good is close to not good at all. Well, 4 is closer to 5 than 4 is close to 1. So this actually kind of makes sense, and it'll make sense for the computer as well. All right, there are also quantitative pieces of data, and quantitative pieces of data are numerical valued pieces of data. So this could be discrete, which means, they might be integers, or it could be continuous, which means all real numbers. So for example, the length of something is a quantitative piece of data. It's a quantitative feature. The temperature of something is a quantitative feature. And then maybe how many Easter eggs I collected in my basket this Easter egg hunt, that is an example of discrete quantitative feature. Okay, so these are continuous, and this over here is discrete. So those are the things that go into our feature vector. Those are our features that we're feeding this model, because our computers are really, really good at understanding math, right? At understanding numbers. They're not so good at understanding things that humans might be able to understand. Well, what are the types of predictions that our model can output? So in supervised learning, there are some different tasks. There's one, classification. And basically classification just saying, okay, predict discrete classes. And that might mean, this is a hot dog, this is a pizza, and this is ice cream. Okay, so there are 3 distinct classes, and any other pictures of hot dogs, pizza, or ice cream, I can put under these labels. Hot dog, pizza, ice cream. This is something known as multi-class classification. But there's also binary classification. And binary classification, you might have hot dog or not hot dog. So there's only 2 categories that you're working with, something that is something and something that isn't. Binary classification. Okay, so yeah, other examples. So if something has positive or negative sentiment, that's binary classification. Maybe you're predicting your pictures if they're cats or dogs. That's binary classification. Maybe, you are writing an email filter and you're trying to figure out if an email is spam or not spam. So that's also binary classification. Now for multi-class classification, you might have, cat, dog, lizard, dolphin, shark, rabbit, etc. We might have different types of fruits, so like orange, apple, pear, etc. And then maybe different plant species. But multi-class classification just means more than two, okay? And binary means we're predicting between two things. There's also something called regression when we talk about supervised learning. And this just means we're trying to predict continuous values. So instead of just trying to predict different categories, we're trying to come up with a number that, you know, is on some sort of scale. So some examples. Some examples might be the price of Ethereum tomorrow. Or it might be, okay, what is going to be the temperature? Or it might be, what is the price of this house? Right? So these things don't really fit into discrete classes. We're trying to predict a number that's as close to the true value as possible using different features of our data set. So that's exactly what our model looks like in supervised learning. Now let's talk about the model itself. How do we make this model learn? Or how can we tell whether or not it's even learning? So before we talk about the models, let's talk about how can we actually like evaluate these models, or how can we tell whether something is a good model or a bad model. So let's take a look at this data set. So this data set this is from a Pima Indian diabetes data set. And here we have different number of pregnancies, different glucose levels, blood pressure, skin thickness, insulin, BMI, age, and then the outcome, whether or not they have diabetes. 1 for they do, 0 for they don't. So here, all of these are quantitative features, right? Because they're all on some scale. So each row is a different sample in the data. So it's a different example. It's one person's data, and each row represents one person in this data set. Now this column, each column represents a different feature. So this one here is some measure of blood pressure levels. And this one over here, as we mentioned, is the output label. So this one is whether or not they have diabetes. And as I mentioned, this is what we would call a feature vector, because these are all of our features in one sample. And this is what's known as the target, or the output for that feature vector. That's what we're trying to predict. And all of these together is our features matrix, X. And over here, this is our labels or targets vector, Y. So I've condensed this to a chocolate bar to kind of talk about some of the other concepts in machine learning. So over here we have our X, our features matrix, and over here this is our label Y. So each row of this will be fed into our model, right? And our model will make some sort of prediction. And what we do is we compare that prediction to the actual value of Y that we have in our labeled data set, because that's the whole point of supervised learning, is we can compare what our model is outputting to, oh, what is the truth actually? And then we can go back and we can adjust some things so that the next iteration we get closer to what the true value is. So that whole process here, the tinkering, okay, what's the difference? Where did we go wrong? That's what's known as training the model. Okay, so take this whole, chunk right here. Do we want to really put our entire chocolate bar into the model to train our model? Not really, right? Because if we did that, then how do we know that our model can do well on new data that we haven't seen? Like if I were to create a model to predict whether or not someone has diabetes, let's say that I just train all my data and I see that all my training data, it does well. I go to some hospital, I'm like, here's my model. I think you can use this to predict if somebody has diabetes. Do we think that would be effective or not? Probably not, right? Because we haven't assessed how well our model can generalize. okay, it might do well after, you know, our model has seen this data over and over and over again. But what about new data? Can our model handle new data? Well, how do we get our model to assess that? So we actually break up our whole data set that we have into 3 different types of data sets. We call it the training data set, the validation data set, and the testing data set. And, you know, you might have 60% here, 20% and 20%, or 80, 10, and 10. It really depends on how many statistics you have. I think either of those would be acceptable. So what we do is then we feed the training data set into our model. We come up with, you know, this might be a vector of predictions corresponding with each sample that we put into our model. We figure out, okay, what's the difference between our prediction and the true values? This is something known as loss. Loss is, you know, what's the difference here in some numerical quantity, of course. And then we make adjustments, and that's what we call training, okay? So then, once, you know, we've made a bunch of adjustments, we can put our validation set through this model. And the validation set is kind of used as a reality check during or after training to ensure that the model can handle unseen data still. So every single time after we train one iteration, we might stick the validation set in and see, hey, what's the loss there? And then after our training's over, we can assess the validation set and ask, hey, what's the loss there? But one key difference here is that we don't have that training step. This loss never gets fed back into the model, right? That feedback loop is not closed. All right, so let's talk about loss really quickly. So here I have 4 different types of models. I have some sort of data that's being fed into the model and then some output. Okay, so this output here is pretty far from, you know, this truth that we want. And so this loss is going to be high. In model B, again, this is pretty far from what we want, so this loss is also going to be high. Let's give it 1.5. Now this one here, it's pretty close. I mean, maybe not almost, but pretty close to this one. So that might have a loss of 0.5. And then this one here is maybe further than this, but still better than these two. So that loss might be 0.9. Okay, so which of these models performs the best? Well, model C has the smallest loss, so it's probably model C. Okay, now let's take model C after, you know, we've come up with all these models and we've seen, okay, model C is probably the best model. We take model C and we run our test set through this model. And this test set is used as a final check to see how generalizable that chosen model is. So if I, you know, finish training my diabetes data set, then I could run it through some chunk of the data and I can say, oh, like this is how it would perform on data that it's never seen before at any point during the training process, okay? And that loss, that's the final reported performance of my test set, or this would be the final reported performance of my model, okay? So let's talk about this thing called loss, because I think I kind of just glossed over it, right? So loss is the difference between your prediction and the actual like label. So this would give a slightly higher loss than this. And this would even give a higher loss because it's even more off. In computer science, we like formulas, right? We like formulaic ways of describing things. So here are some examples of loss functions and how we can actually come up with numbers. This here is known as L1 loss. And basically L1 loss just takes the absolute value of whatever your, you know, real value is, whatever the real output label is, subtracts the predicted value and takes the absolute value of that. Okay? So the absolute value is a function that looks something like this. So the further off you are, the greater your loss is, right? In either direction. So if your real value is off from your predicted value by 10, then your loss for that point would be 10. And then this sum here just means, hey, we're taking all the points in our data set and we're trying to figure out the sum of how far everything is. Now, we also have something called L2 loss. So this loss function is quadratic, which means that if it's close, the penalty is very minimal. And if it's off by a lot, then the penalty is much, much higher. Okay. And this, instead of the absolute value, we just square the difference between the two. Now there's also something called binary cross entropy loss. It looks something like this, and this is for binary classification. This might be the loss that we use. So this loss, you know, I'm not gonna really go through it too much, but you just need to know that loss decreases as the performance gets better. So there are some other measures of of performance as well. So for example, accuracy. What is accuracy? So let's say that these are pictures that I'm feeding my model, okay? And these predictions might be apple, orange, orange, apple. Okay, but the actual is apple, orange, apple, apple. So 3 of them were correct and 1 of them was incorrect. So the accuracy of this model is 3/4 or 75%. All right, coming back to our Colab notebook, I'm going to close this a little bit. Again, we've imported stuff up here, and we've already created our data frame right here. And this is all of our data. This is what we're going to use to train our models. So down here, again, if we now take a look at our data set, you'll see that our classes are now 0s and 1s. So now this is all numerical, which is good because our computer can now understand that. Okay. And you know, it would probably be a good idea to maybe kind of plot, hey, do these things have anything to do with the class? So here, I'm going to go through all of the labels. So for label in the columns of this data frame, so this just gets me the list. Actually, we have the list, right? It's called, so let's just use that. It might be less confusing. Of everything up till the last thing, which is the class. So I'm going to take all these 10 different features and I'm going to plot them as a histogram. And now I'm going to plot them as a histogram. So basically, if I take that data frame and I say, okay, for everything where the class is equal to 1, so these are all of our gammas, remember. Now, for that portion of the data frame, if I look at this label, so now these, okay, what this part here is saying is inside the data frame, get me everything where the class is equal to 1. So that's all of these would fit into that category, right? And now let's just look at the label column. So the first label would be f length, which would be this column. So this command here is getting me all the different values that belong to class 1 for this specific label. And that's exactly what I'm going to put into the histogram. And now I'm just going to tell, you know, matplotlib, make the color blue, label this as, you know, gamma, set alpha. Why do I keep doing that? Alpha equal to 0.7, so that's just like the transparency. And then I'm going to set density equal to true, so that when we compare it to the hadrons here, we'll have a baseline for comparing them. Okay, so the density being true just basically normalizes these distributions. So, you know, if you have 200 of one type and then 50 of another type, well, if you drew the histograms, it would be hard to compare because one of them would be a lot bigger than the other, right? But by normalizing them, we kind of are distributing them over how many samples there are. All right, and then I'm just going to put a title on here, make that the label, the Y label. So because it's density, the Y label is probability, and the X label is just gonna be the label. what is going on? And I'm going to include a legend, and plt.show just means, okay, display the plot. So if I run that, just be up to the last item. So we want a list, right? Not just the last item. And now we can see that we're plotting all of these. So here we have the length. Oh, and I made this gamma. So this should be hadron. Okay. So the gamma's in blue, the hadrons are in red. So here we can already see that, you know, maybe if the length is smaller, it's probably more likely to be gamma, right? And we can kind of, you know, these all look somewhat similar. But here, okay, clearly if there's more asymmetry, or if, you know, this asymmetry measure is larger, then it's probably a hadron. Okay. Oh, this one's a good one. So F alpha. Seems like hadrons are pretty evenly distributed, whereas if this is smaller, it looks like there's more gammas in that area. Okay, so this is kind of what the data that we're working with. We can kind of see what's going on. Okay, so the next thing that we're going to do here is we are going to create our train, our validation, and our test data sets. So I'm going to set train, valid, and test to be equal to this, so numpy.split, I'm just splitting up the data frame. And if I do this sample, where I'm sampling everything, this will basically shuffle my data. Now, if I want to pass in where exactly I'm splitting my data set, so the first split is going to be maybe at 60%. So I'm just going to say 0.6 times the length of this data frame. So, and then cast that to an integer. That's going to be the first place where, you know, I cut it off, and that will be my training data. Now, if I then go to 0.8, this basically means everything between 60% and 80% of the length of the data set will go towards validation. And then like everything from 80 to 100 is going to be my test data. So I can run that. And now if we go up here and we inspect this data, we'll see that these columns seem to have values in like the 100s, whereas this one is 0.03, right? So the scale of all these numbers is way off. And sometimes that will affect our results. So one thing that we would want to do is scale these so that they are, you know, so that it's now relative to maybe the mean and the standard deviation of that specific column. I'm going to create a function called scale dataset, and I'm going to pass in the data frame, and that's what I'll do for now. Okay, so the X values are going to be, you know, I take the data frame, and let's assume that the columns are going to be, you know, that the label will always be the last thing in the data frame. So what I can do is say data frame dot columns all the way up to the last item and get those values. Now for my Y, well, it's the last column, so I can just do this. I can just index into that last column and then get those values. Now, so I'm actually going to import something known as the standard scaler from sklearn. So if I come up here, I can go to sklearn.preprocessing, and I'm going to import standard scaler. I have to run that cell. I'm going to come back down here, and now I'm going to create a scaler and use that scaler. So standard scaler. And with the scaler, what I can do is actually just fit and transform X. So here I can say X is equal to scaler.fit transform X. So what that's doing is saying, okay, take X and fit the standard scaler to X, and then transform all those values, and what would it be? And that's going to be our new X. All right. And then I'm also going to just create, you know, the whole data as one huge 2D NumPy array. And in order to do that, I'm going to call hstack. So hstack is saying, okay, take an array and another array and horizontally stack them together. That's what the H stands for. So by horizontally stack them together, just like put them side by side, okay, not on top of each other. So what am I stacking? Well, I have to pass in something so that it can stack X and Y. And now, okay, so NumPy is very particular about dimensions, right? So in this specific case, our X is a 2-dimensional object, but Y is only a 1-dimensional thing. It's only a vector of values. So in order to now reshape it into a 2D item, we have to call numpy.reshape. And we can pass in the dimensions of its reshape. So if I pass in -1, 1, that just means, okay, make this a 2D array, where the -1 just means infer what this dimension value would be, which ends up being the length of Y. This would be the same as literally doing this, but the -1 is easier because we're making the computer do the hard work. So if I stack that, I'm going to then return the data, X and Y. Okay. So one more thing is that if we go into our training data set, okay, again, this is our training data set, and we get the length of the training data set, but where the training data set's class is 1. So remember that this is the gammas. And then if we print that, and we do the same thing but 0, we'll see that, you know, there's around 7,000 of the gammas, but only around 4,000 of the hadrons. So that might actually become an issue. And instead, what we want to do is we want to oversample our training data set. So that means that we want to increase the number of these values so that these kind of match better. And surprise, surprise, there is something that we can import that will help us do that. So I'm going to go to from imblearn.oversampling, and I'm going to import this random oversampler. Run that cell and come back down here. So I will actually add in this parameter called oversample and set that to false for default. And if I do want to oversample, then what I'm going to do, and by oversample, so okay, if I do want to oversample, then I'm going to create this ROS and set it equal to this random oversampler. And then for X and Y, I'm just going to say, okay, just fit and resample X and Y. And what that's doing is saying, okay, take more of the less class. So take the less class and keep sampling from there to increase the size of our data set of that smaller class so that they now match. So if I do this and I scale data set and I pass in the training data set where oversample is true. So this, let's say this is train and then X train, Y train. Oops, what's going on? Oh, these should be columns. So basically what I'm doing now is I'm just saying, okay, what is the length of Y train? Okay, now it's 14,800, whatever. And now let's take a look at how many of these are type 1. So actually we can just sum that up. And then we'll also see that if we instead switch the label and ask how many of them are the other type, it's the same value. So now these have been evenly, you know, rebalanced. Okay, well, okay. So here I'm just going to make this the validation data set. And then the next one, I'm going to make this the test data set. All right, and we're actually going to switch over sample here to false. Now, the reason why I'm switching that to false is because my validation and my test sets are for the purpose of, if I have data that I haven't seen yet, how does my sample perform on those? And I don't want to oversample for that right now. Like I don't care about balancing those. I want to know if I have a random set of data that's unlabeled, can I trust my model, right? So that's why I'm not oversampling. I run that, and again, what is going on? Oh, it's because we already have this train. So I have to come up here and split that data frame again. And now let's run these. Okay. So now we have our data properly formatted. And we're going to move on to different models now, and I'm going to tell you guys a little bit about each of these models, and then I'm going to show you how we can do that in our code. So the first model that we're going to learn about is KNN, or K nearest neighbors. Okay, so here I've already drawn a plot. On the y-axis, I have the number of kids that a family might have, and then on the x-axis, I have their income in terms of thousands per year. So, if someone's making 40,000 a year, that's where this would be. And if somebody's making 320, that's where that would be. Somebody has 0 kids, it'd be somewhere along this axis. Somebody has 5, it'd be somewhere over here. Okay? And now I have these plus signs and these minus signs on here. So what I'm going to represent here is the plus sign means that they own a car, and the minus sign is going to represent no car. Okay? So your initial thought should be, okay, I think this is binary classification because all of our points, all of our samples have labels. So this is a sample with the plus label. And this here is another sample with the minus label. This is an abbreviation for width that I'll use. All right. So we have this entire data set, and maybe around half the people own a car, and maybe around half the people don't own a car. Okay, well, what if I had some new point? Let me choose a different color. I'll use this nice green. Well, what if I have a new point over here? So let's say that somebody makes 40,000 a year and has 2 kids. What do we think that would be? Well, just logically looking at this plot, you might think, okay, it seems like they wouldn't have a car, right? Because that kind of matches the pattern of everybody else around them. So that's a whole concept of this nearest neighbors is you look at, okay, what's around you? And then you're basically like, okay, I'm going to take the label of the majority that's around me. So the first thing we have to do is we have to define a distance function. And a lot of times in, 2D plots like this, our distance function is something known as Euclidean distance. And Euclidean distance is basically just this straight line distance like this. Okay? So this would be the Euclidean distance. It seems like there's this point, there's this point, there's that point, etc. So the length of this line, this green line that I just drew, that is what's known as Euclidean distance. If we want to get technical with that, this exact formula is the distance. Here, let me zoom in. The distance is equal to the square root of one point's x minus the other point's x squared plus, extend that square root, the same thing for y. So y1 of 1 minus y2 of the other squared. Okay, so we're basically trying to find the length, the distances, the difference between x and y, and then square each of those, sum it up, and take the square root. Okay, so I'm gonna erase this so it doesn't clutter my drawing. But anyways, now going back to this plot. So here in the nearest neighbor algorithm, we see that there is a K, right? And this K is basically telling us, okay, how many neighbors do we use in order to judge what the label is? So usually we use a K of maybe, 3 or 5. Depends on how big our data set is. But here I would say maybe a logical number would be 3 or 5. So let's say that we take K to be equal to 3. Okay, well, of this data point that I drew over here, let me use green to highlight this. Okay, so of this data point that I drew over here, it looks like the 3 closest points are definitely this one, and then this one has a length of 4, and this one seems like it'd be a little bit further than 4. So actually these would be our 3 points. Well, all those points are blue, so chances are my prediction for this point is going to be blue. It's going to be, probably don't have a car. All right, now what if my point is somewhere, over here? Let's say that a couple has 4 kids and they make $240,000 a year. All right, well now my closest points are this one, probably a little bit over that one, and then this one, right? Okay, still all pluses. Well, this one is more than likely to be a plus, right? Now let me get rid of some of these just so that it looks a little bit more clear. All right, let's go through one more. What about a point that might be right here? Okay, let's see. Well, definitely this is the closest, right? This one's also closest. And then it's really close between the 2 of these. But if we actually do the mathematics, it seems like if we zoom in, this one is right here, and this one is in between these 2. So this one here is actually shorter than this one. And that means that that top one is the one that we're going to take. Now, what is the majority of the points that are close by? Well, we have 1 plus here, we have 1 plus here, and we have 1 minus here, which means that the pluses are the majority. And that means that this label is probably somebody with a car. Okay? So this is how K nearest neighbors would work. It's that simple. And this can be extrapolated to further dimensions, to higher dimensions. If you have, here we have 2 different features. We have the income, and then we have the number of kids. But let's say we have 10 different features. We can expand our distance function so that it includes all 10 of those dimensions. We take the square root of everything, and then we figure out which one is the closest to the point that we desire to classify, okay? So that's K nearest neighbors. So now we've learned about K nearest neighbors. Let's see how we would be able to do that within our code. So here I'm going to label the section K nearest neighbors. And we're actually going to use a package from sklearn. So the reason why we use these packages is so that we don't have to manually code all of these things ourselves, because it would be really difficult, and chances are the way that we would code it either would have bugs or it'd be really slow, or I don't know, a whole bunch of issues. So what we're going to do is hand it off to the pros. From here I can say, okay, from sklearn, which is this package .neighbors, I'm going to import K neighbors classifier because we're classifying. Okay, so I run that, and our KNN model is going to be this K neighbors classifier, and we can pass in a parameter of how many neighbors, we want to use. So first, let's see what happens if we just use one. So now if I do knn model.fit, I can pass in my X training set and my Y train data, okay? So that effectively fits this model. And let's get all the predictions. So Y, knn, or I guess, yeah, let's just do Y predictions. And my Y predictions are going to be knn model.predict. So let's use the test set, X test. Okay. All right, so if I call Y predict, you'll see that we have those. But if I get my truth values for that test set, you'll see that this is what we actually do. So just looking at this, we got 5 out of 6 of them. Okay, great. So let's actually take a look at something called the classification report that's offered by sklearn. So if I go to from sklearn.metrics, import classification report, what I can actually do is say, hey, print out this classification report for me. And let's check, I'm giving you the Y test and the Y prediction. We run this and we see we get this whole entire chart. So I'm going to tell you guys a few things on this chart. All right, this accuracy is 82%, which is actually pretty good. That's just saying, hey, if we just look at, what each of these new points, what it's closest to, then we actually get an 82% accuracy, which means how many do we get right versus how many total are there. Now, precision is saying, okay, you might see that we have it for class 1 or class 0 and class 1. What precision is saying, let's go to this Wikipedia diagram over here because I actually kind of like this diagram. So here, this is our entire data set. And on the left over here, we have everything that we know is positive. So everything that is actually truly positive, that we've labeled positive in our original data set. And over here, this is everything that's truly negative. Now in this circle, we have things that are that were labeled positive by our model. On the left here, we have things that are truly positive because, this side is the positive side and this side is the negative side. So these are truly positive. Whereas all these ones out here, well, they should have been positive, but they were labeled as negative. And in here, these are the ones that we've labeled positive, but they're actually negative. And out here, these are truly negative. So precision is saying, okay, out of all the ones we've labeled as positive, how many of them are true positives? And recall is saying, okay, out of all the ones that we know are truly positive, how many did we actually get right? Okay. So going back to this over here, our precision score. So again, precision, out of all the ones that we've labeled as the specific class, how many of them are actually that class? It's 77 and 84%. Now recall how out of all the ones that are actually this class, how many of those did we get? This is 68% and 89%. All right, so not too shabby. We can clearly see that this recall and precision for like the class 0 is worse than class 1, right? So that means for hadrons, it's worse for hadrons than for our gammas. This F1 score over here is kind of a combination of the precision and recall score. So we're actually going to mostly look at this one because we have an unbalanced test data set. So here we have a measure of 72 and 87, or 0.72 and 0.87, which is not too shabby. All right. Well, what if we, made this 3? So we actually see that, okay, so what was it originally with 1? We see that our F1 score, is now, it was 0.72 and then 0.87. And then our accuracy was 82%. So if I change that to 3. All right, so we've kind of increased 0 at the cost of 1. And then our overall accuracy is 81. So let's actually just make this 5. All right. So, again, very similar numbers. We have 82% accuracy, which is pretty decent for a model that's relatively simple. Okay, The next type of model that we're going to talk about is something known as naive Bayes. Now, in order to understand the concepts behind naive Bayes, we have to be able to understand conditional probability and Bayes rule. So let's say I have some sort of data set that's shown in this table right here. People who have COVID are over here in this red row, and people who do not have COVID are down here in this green row. Now, what about the COVID test? Well, people who have tested positive are over here in this column, and people who have tested negative are over here in this column. Okay? Yeah, so basically our categories are people who have COVID and test positive, people who don't have COVID but test positive, so a false positive, people who have COVID and test negative, which is a false negative, and people who don't have COVID and test negative, which, good, means you don't have COVID. Okay, so let's make this slightly more legible. And here in the margins, I've written down the sums of whatever it's referring to. So this here is the sum of this entire row, and this here might be the sum of this column over here. Okay, so the first question that I have is, what is the probability of having COVID given that you have a positive test? And in probability, we write that out like this. So the probability of COVID given, so this line, that vertical line, means given that, you know, some condition. So given a positive test. Okay, so what is the probability of having COVID given a positive test? So what this is asking is saying, okay, let's go into this condition. So the condition of having a positive test, that is this slice of the data, right? That means if you're in this slice of data, you have a positive test. So given that we have a positive test, given in this condition, in this circumstance, we have a positive test. So what's the probability that we have COVID? Well, if we're just using this data, the number of people that have COVID is 531. So I'm gonna say that there's 531 people that have COVID. And then now we divide that by the total number of people that have a positive test, which is 551. Okay, so that's the probability, and doing a quick division, we get that this is equal to around 96.4%. So according to this data set, which is data that I made up off the top of my head, so it's not actually real COVID data, but according to this data, the probability of having COVID, given that you tested positive, is 96.4%. All right, now with that, let's talk about Bayes' rule, which is this section here. Let's ignore this bottom part for now. So Bayes' rule is asking, okay, what is the probability of some event A happening given that B happened? So this we already know has happened. This is our condition, right? Well, what if we don't have data for that, right? Like, what if we don't know what the probability of A given B is? Well, Bayes' rule is saying, okay, well, you can actually go and calculate it as long as you have the probability of B given A, the probability of A, and the probability of B. Okay, and this is just a mathematical formula for that. All right, so here we have Bayes' rule. And let's actually see Bayes' rule in action. Let's use it on an example. So here, let's say that we have some disease statistics, okay? So not COVID, different disease. And we know that the probability of obtaining a false positive is 0.05. Probability of obtaining a false negative is 0.01. And the probability of the disease is 0.1. Okay, what is the probability of the disease given that we got a positive test? How do we even go about solving this? So what do I mean by false positive? What's a different way to rewrite that? A false positive is when you test positive, but you don't actually have the disease. So this here is a probability that you have a positive test, given no disease, right? And similarly for the false negative, it's a probability that you test negative given that you actually have the disease. So if I put that into a chart, for example, and this might be my positive and negative tests, and this might be my diseases, disease and no disease. Well, the probability that I test positive but actually have no disease, okay, that's 0.05 over here. And then the false negatives up here for 0.01. So I'm testing negative, but I don't actually have the disease. So the probability that you test positive and you don't have the disease, plus the probability that you test negative given that you don't have the disease, that should sum up to 1. Okay, because if you don't have the disease, then you should have some probability that you're testing positive and some probability that you're testing negative, but that probability in total should be 1. So that means that the probability of negative and no disease, this should be the reciprocal, this should be the opposite. So it should be 0.95 because it's 1 minus whatever this probability is. And then similarly, up here, this should be 0.99 because the probability that we test negative and have the disease plus the probability that we test positive and have the disease should equal 1. So this is our probability chart. And now this probability of disease being 0.1 just means I have a 10% probability of having the disease, right? Like in the general population, the probability that I have the disease is 0.1. Okay, so what is the probability that I have the disease given that I got a positive test? Well, remember that we can write this out in terms of Bayes' rule, right? So if I use this rule up here, this is the probability of a positive test given that I have the disease times the probability of the disease divided by the probability of the evidence, which is my positive test. All right, now let's plug in some numbers for that. The probability of having a positive test given that I have the disease is 0.99. And then the probability that I have the disease is this value over here, 0.1. Okay? And then the probability that I have a positive test at all should be, okay, what is the probability that I have a positive test given that I actually have the disease and then having the disease? And then the other case where the probability of me having a negative test positive test giving no disease times the probability of not actually having a disease. Okay, so I can expand that probability of having a positive test out into these two different cases. I have a disease and then I don't. And then what's the probability of having positive tests in either one of those cases? So that expression would become 0.99 times 0.1 plus 0.05. So that's the probability that I'm testing positive but don't have the disease. And then times the probability that I don't actually have the disease. So that's 1 minus 0.1. The probability that the population doesn't have the disease is 90%. So 0.9. And let's do that multiplication. And I get an answer of 0.6875 or 68.75%. Okay. All right, so we can actually expand that. We can expand Bayes' rule and apply it to classification. And this is what we call naive Bayes. So first, a little terminology. So the posterior is this over here because it's asking, hey, what is the probability of some class CK? So by CK, I just mean, the different categories. So C for category or class or whatever. So category 1 might be cats. Category 2, dogs. Category 3, lizards. All the way, we have K categories. K is just some number. Okay. So what is the probability of having this specific sample X, so this is our feature vector of this one sample, what is the probability of X fitting into category 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever, right? So that's what this is asking. What is the probability that, you know, it's actually from this class given all this evidence that we see, the X's? So the likelihood is this quantity over here. It's saying, okay, well, given that, you know, assume that this class is class CK. Okay, assume that this is a category. Well, what is the likelihood of actually seeing X, all these different features from that category? And then this here is the prior. So like in the entire population of things, what are the probabilities? What is the probability of this class in general? Like if I have, you know, in my entire data set, what is the percentage, what is the chance that this image is a cat? How many cats do I have, right? And then this down here is called the evidence, because what we're trying to do is we're changing our prior. We're creating this new posterior probability built upon the prior by using some sort of evidence, right? And that evidence is the probability of X. So that's some vocab. And this here is a rule for naive Bayes. Whoa. Okay, let's digest that a little bit, okay? So what is, let me use a different color. What is this side of the equation asking? It's asking, what is the probability that we are in some class K, CK, given that, you know, this is my first input, this is my second input, this is, you know, my third, fourth, this is my nth input. So let's say that our classification is, do we play soccer today or not? Okay, and let's say our X's are, okay, is it, how much wind is there? How much rain is there? And what day of the week is it? So let's say that it's raining, it's not windy, but it's Wednesday. Do we play soccer or do we not? So let's use Bayes' rule on this. So this here is equal to the probability of X1, X2, all these joint probabilities, given class K, times the probability of that class, all over the probability of this evidence. Okay. So what is this fancy symbol over here? This means proportional to. So how our equal sign means it's equal to, this like little squiggly sign means that this is proportional to. Okay. And this denominator over here, you might notice that it has no impact on the class. Like that number doesn't depend on the class, right? So this is going to be constant for all of our different classes. So what I'm gonna do is make things simpler. So I'm just going to say that this probability, X1, X2, all the way to Xn, this is going to be proportional to the numerator. I don't care about the denominator because it's the same for every single class. So this is proportional to X1, X2, Xn, given class K times the probability of that class. Okay, all right. So in naive Bayes, the point of it being naive is that we're actually, this joint probability, we're just assuming that all of these different things are all independent. So in my soccer example, you know, the probability that we're playing soccer, or the probability that, you know, it's windy and it's rainy and it's Wednesday, all of these things are independent. We're assuming that they're independent. So that means that I can actually write this part of the equation here as this. So each term in here, I can just multiply all of them together. So the probability of the first feature, given that it's class K, times the probability of the second feature, given that's like class K, all the way up until, you know, the nth feature of, given that it's class K. So this expands to all of this. all right? Which means that this here is now proportional to the thing that we just expanded times this. So I'm going to write that out. So the probability of that class, and I'm actually going to use this symbol. So what this means is it's a huge multiplication. It means multiply everything to the right of this. So this probability, X given some class K, but do it for all the I. So I, what is I? Okay, we're going to go from the first xi all the way to the nth. So that means for every single I, we're just multiplying these probabilities together. And that's where this up here comes from. So to wrap this up, oops, this should be a line. To wrap this up in plain English, basically what this is saying is a probability that, you know, we're in some category, given that we have all of these different features, is proportional to the probability of that class in general, times the probability of each of those features, given that we're in this one class that we're testing. So the probability of it, you know, of us playing soccer today, given that it's rainy, not windy, and it's Wednesday, is proportional to, okay, well, what is the probability that we play soccer anyways? And then times the probability that it's rainy, given that we're playing soccer, times the probability that it's not windy, given that we're playing soccer. So how many times are we playing soccer when it's windy? How many, you know? And then how many times, or what's the probability that it's Wednesday, given that we're playing soccer? Okay. So how do we use this in order to make a classification? So that's where this comes in. Our y hat, our predicted y, is going to be equal to something called the argmax, and then this expression over here, because we want to take the argmax, well, we want, so, okay, if I write out this, again, this means the probability of being in some class CK, given all of our evidence. Well, we're going to take the K that maximizes this expression on the right. That's what argmax means. So if K is in 1 through K, so this is how many categories there are, we're going to go through each K and we're going to solve this expression over here and find the K that makes that the largest. Okay, and remember that instead of writing this, we have now a formula, thanks to Bayes' rule, for helping us approximate that, right? And something that maybe we can, maybe we have like the evidence for that. We have the answers for that based on our training set. So this principle of going through each of these and finding whatever class, whatever category maximizes this expression on the right, this is something known as MAP for short, or maximum a posteriori. Pick the hypothesis, so pick the K that is the most probable so that we minimize the probability of misclassification. All right, so that is MAP. That is naive Bayes. Back to the notebook. So just like how I imported K-neighbors classifier up here, for naive Bayes, I can go to sklearn.naive Bayes, and I can import Gaussian naive Bayes. All right, and here I'm going to say my naive Bayes model is equal. This is very similar to what we had above. And I'm just going to say, with this model, we are going to fit X train and Y train. All right, just like above. So this I might actually have to, so I'm going to set that. And exactly, just like above, I'm going to make my prediction. So here, I'm going to instead use my naive Bayes model. And of course, I'm going to run the classification report again. So I'm actually just going to put these in the same cell. But here we have the new Y prediction, and then Y test is still our original test data set. So if I run this, you'll see that, okay, what's going on here? We get worse scores, right? Our precision, for all of them, they look slightly worse. And our, for our precision, our recall, our F1 score, they look slightly worse for all the different categories. And our total accuracy, I mean, it's still 72%, which is not too shabby, but it's still 72%, okay? Which, is not that great. Okay, so let's move on to logistic regression. Here I've drawn a plot. I have Y, so this is my label on one axis, and then this is maybe one of my features. So let's just say I only have one feature in this case. It's X0, right? Well, we see that, I have a few of one class type down here, and we know it's one class type because it's 0, and then we have our other class type 1 up here, okay? So many of you guys are familiar with regression, so let's start there. If I were to draw a regression line through this, it might look something like this, right? Well, this doesn't seem to be a very good model. Like, why would we use this specific line to predict Y, right? It's iffy, okay? For example, we might say, okay, well, it seems like, everything from here downwards would be one class type, and here upwards would be another class type. But when you look at this, you visually can tell, okay, like that line doesn't make sense. Those dots are not along that line. And the reason is because we are doing classification, not regression. Okay. Well, first of all, let's start here. We know that this model, if we just use this line, it equals mx. So whatever this, let's just say it's x, plus b, which is the y-intercept, right? And m is the slope. But when we use a linear regression, is it actually y hat? No, it's not, right? So when we're working with linear regression, what we're actually estimating in our model is a probability. What's a probability between 0 and 1 that is class 0 or class 1? So here, let's rewrite this as p equals mx plus b. Okay, well, mx plus b, that can range, from negative infinity to infinity, right? For any value of x, it goes from negative infinity to infinity. But probability, we know one of the rules of probability is that probability has to stay between 0 and 1. So how do we fix this? Well, maybe instead of just setting the probability equal to that, we can set the odds equal to this. So by that, I mean, okay, let's do probability divided by 1 minus the probability. Okay, so now it becomes this ratio. Now this ratio is allowed to take on infinite values. But there's still one issue here. Let me move this over a bit. The one issue here is that mx plus b, that can still be negative, right? Like if, I have a negative slope, if I have a negative b, if I have some negative x's in there, I don't know, but that's allowed to be negative. So how do we fix that? We do that by actually taking the log of the odds, okay? So now I have the log of, some probability divided by 1 minus the probability, and now that is on a range of negative infinity to infinity, which is good because the range of log should be negative infinity to infinity. Now, how do I solve for p, the probability? Well, the first thing I can do is take, I can remove the log by taking the e to the whatever is on both sides. So that gives me the probability over the 1 minus the probability is now equal to e to the mx plus b. Okay. So let's multiply that out. So the probability is equal to 1 minus probability e to the mx plus b. So p is equal to e to the mx plus b minus p times e to the mx plus b. And now we can move like terms to one side. So if I do p, so basically I'm moving this over, so I'm adding p. So now p, 1 plus e to the mx plus b is equal to e to the mx plus b. And let me change this parentheses, make it a little bigger. So now my probability can be e to the mx plus b divided by 1 plus e to the mx plus b. Okay, well, let me just rewrite this really quickly. I want a numerator of 1 on top. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to multiply this by negative mx plus b, and then also the bottom by negative mx plus b. And I'm allowed to do that because this over this is 1. So now my probability is equal to 1 over 1 plus e to the negative mx plus b. And now why do I rewrite it like that? It's because this is actually a form of a special function, which is called the sigmoid function. And for the sigmoid function, it looks something like this. So s of x, sigmoid, you know, at some x, is equal to 1 over 1 plus e to the negative x. So essentially what I just did up here is rewrite this in some sigmoid function where the x value is actually mx plus b. So maybe I'll change this to y just to make that a bit more clear. It doesn't matter what the variable name is, but this is our sigmoid function. And visually, what our sigmoid function looks like is it goes from 0, so this here is 0, to 1. And it looks something like this curved S, which I didn't draw too well. Let me try that again. This is hard to draw. Something, if I can draw this right, like that. Okay, so it goes in between 0 and 1. And you might notice that this form fits our shape up here. Oops, let's draw it sharper. But it fits our shape up there a lot better, right? All right, so that is what we call logistic regression. We're basically trying to fit our data to this sigmoid function, okay? And when we only have, you know, one data point, so if we only have one feature, x, then that's what we call simple logistic regression. But then if we have, you know, so that's only x0, but then if we have x0, x1, all the way to xn, we call this multiple logistic regression, because there are multiple features that we're considering when we're building our model. Logistic regression. So I'm going to put that here. And again, from sklearn, this linear model, we can import logistic regression, right? And just like how we did above, we can repeat all of this. So here, instead of NB, I'm going to call this the log model, or LG logistic regression. I'm going to change this to logistic regression. So I'm just going to use the default logistic regression. But actually, if you look here, you see that you can use different penalties. So right now we're using an L2 penalty, but L2 is our quadratic formula. Okay, so that means that for, you know, outliers, it would really penalize that. For all these other things, you know, you can toggle these different parameters and you might get slightly different results. If I were building a production level logistic regression model, then I would want to go and I would want to figure out, you know, what are the best parameters to pass into here based on my validation data. But for now, we'll just use this out of the box. So again, I'm going to fit the X train and the Y train, and I'm just going to predict again. So I can just call this again. And instead of LG, NB, I'm going to use LG. So here, this is decent. Precision, 65%, recall, 71, F1, 68, or 82. Total accuracy of 77. Okay, so it performs slightly better than naive Bayes, but it's still not as good as K and N. All right, so the last model for classification that I wanted to talk about is something called support vector machines, or SVMs for short. So what exactly is an SVM model? I have two different features, X0 and X1 on the axes. And then I've told you if it's, you know, class 0 or class 1 based on the blue and the red labels. My goal is to find some sort of line between these two labels that best divides the data. All right, so this line is our SVM model. So I call it a line here because in 2D, it's a line, but in 3D, it would be a plane, and then you can also have more and more dimensions. So the proper term is actually, I wanna find the hyperplane that best differentiates these two classes. Let's see a few examples. Okay, so first, between these three lines, let's say A, B, and C, which one is the best divider of the data? Which one has, you know, all the data on one side or the other? Or at least if it doesn't, which one divides it the most, right? Like which one has the most defined boundary between the two different groups? So this question should be pretty straightforward. It should be A, right? Because A has that clear, distinct line between where, you know, everything on this side of A is one label, it's negative, and everything on this side of A is the other label, it's positive. So what if I have A, but then what if I had drawn my B like this, and my C maybe like this? Sorry, the labels are kind of close together. But now which one is the best? So I would argue that it's still A, right? And why is it still A? Because in these other two, look at how close this is to these points, right? So if I had some new point that I wanted to estimate, okay, say I didn't have A or B, so let's say we're just working with C. Let's say I have some new point that's right here, or maybe a new point that's right there. Well, it seems like just logically looking at this, I mean, without the boundary, that would probably go under the positives, right? I mean, it's pretty close to that other positive. So one thing that we care about in SVMs is something known as the margin. Okay, so not only do we want to separate the two classes really well, we also care about the boundary in between where the points in those classes in our data set are and the line that we're drawing. So in a line like this, the closest values to this line might be like here. And I'm trying to draw these perpendicular. Right? And so this effectively, if I switch over to these dotted lines, if I can draw this right. So these effectively are what's known as the margins. Okay, so these both here, these are our margins in our SVMs. And our goal is to maximize those margins. So not only do we want the line that best separates the two different classes, we want the line that has the largest margin. And the data points that lie on the margin lines, so basically these are the data points that's helping us define our divider. These are what we call support vectors. Hence the name support vector machines. Okay, so the issue with SVMs sometimes is that they're not so robust to outliers, right? So for example, if I had one outlier like this up here, that would totally change where I want my support vector to be, even though that might be my only outlier, okay? So that's just something to keep in mind as, you know, when you're working with SVMs, is it might not be the best model if there are outliers in your data set. Okay, so another example of SVMs might be, let's say that we have data like this. I'm just gonna use a one-dimensional data set for this example. Let's say we have a data set that looks like this. Well, our, you know, separator should be perpendicular to this line, but it should be somewhere along this line. So it could be anywhere like this. You might argue, okay, well, there's one here, and then you could also just draw another one over here, right? And then maybe you can have two SVMs, but that's not really how SVMs work. But one thing that we can do is we can create some sort of projection. So I realized here that one thing I forgot to do was to label where 0 was. So let's just say 0 is here. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, okay, I'm going to have X, and then I'm going to have X0 and X1. So X0 is just going to be my original X, but I'm going to make X1 equal to, let's say, X squared. So whatever is this squared, right? So now my negatives would be, you know, maybe somewhere here, here, just pretend that it's somewhere up here, right? And now my pluses might be something like that. And I'm gonna run out of space over here, so I'm just gonna draw these together, use your imagination. But once I draw it like this, well, it's a lot easier to apply a boundary, right? Now our SVM could be maybe something like this. And now you see that we've divided our data set. Now it's separable, where one class is this way and the other class is that way. Okay? So that's known as SVMs. I do highly suggest that, you know, any of these models that we just mentioned, if you're interested in them, do go more in depth mathematically into them. Like, how do we find this hyperplane, right? I'm not going to go over that in this specific course because you're just learning what an SVM is, but it's a good idea to know, oh, okay, this is the technique behind finding, you know, what exactly are the how do you define the hyperplane that we're going to use? So anyways, this transformation that we did down here, this is known as the kernel trick. So when we go from X to some coordinate X and then X squared, what we're doing is we are applying a kernel. So that's why it's called the kernel trick. So SVMs are actually really powerful, and you'll see that here. So from sklearn.svm, we are going to import SVC. And SVC is our support vector classifier. So with this, with our SVM model, we are going to, you know, create an SVC model, and we are going to, again, fit this to Xtrain. I could have just copy and pasted this. I should have probably done that. Okay, taking a bit longer. All right. let's predict using our SVM model. And here, let's see if I can hover over this. Right, so again, you see a lot of these different parameters here that you can go back and change if you were creating a production level model. Okay, but in this specific case, we'll just use it out of the box again. So if I make predictions, you'll note that, wow, the accuracy actually jumps to 87% with the SVM. And even with class 0, there's nothing less than, 0.8, which is great. And for class 1, I mean, everything's at 0.9, which is higher than anything that we had seen to this point. So far we've gone over 4 different classification models. We've done SVMs, logistic regression, naive Bayes, and KNN. And these are just simple ways on how to implement them. Each of these, they have different, they have different hyperparameters that you can go and you can toggle, and you can try to see if that helps later on or not. But for the most part, they give us around 70 to 80% accuracy, okay, with SVM being the best. Now, let's see if we can actually beat that using a neural net. Now, the final type of model that I wanted to talk about is known as a neural net or neural network. And neural nets look something like this. So you have an input layer. This is where all your features would go. And they have all these arrows pointing to some sort of hidden layer, and then all these arrows point to some sort of output layer. So what does all of this mean? Each of these layers in here, this is something known as a neuron. Okay, so that's a neuron. In a neural net, these are all of our features that we're inputting into the neural net. So that might be x0, x1, all the way through xn, right? And these are the features that we talked about. They might be, the pregnancy, the BMI, the age, etc. Now all of these get weighted by some value. So they get multiplied by some W number that applies to that one specific category, that one specific feature. So these could get multiplied. And the sum of all of these goes into that neuron. Okay, so basically I'm taking W0 times X0, and then I'm adding X1 times W1, and then I'm adding, X2 times W2, etc., all the way to Xn times Wn. And that's getting input into the neuron. Now I'm also adding this bias term, which just means, okay, I might want to shift this by a little bit. So I might add 5, or I might add 0.1, or I might subtract 100, I don't know. But we're gonna add this bias term, and the output of all of these things, so the sum of this, 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 and this, go into something known as an activation function, okay? And then after applying this activation function, we get an output. And this is what a neuron would look like. Now a whole network of them would look something like this. So I kind of glossed over this activation function. What exactly is that? This is how a neural net looks like. If we have all our inputs here, and let's say all of these arrows represent some sort of addition, right? Then what's going on is we're just adding a bunch of times, right? We're adding some sort of weight times these input layer a bunch of times. And then if we were to go back and factor that all out, then this entire neural net is just a linear combination of these input layers. Which, I don't know about you, but that just seems kind of useless, right? Because we could literally just write that out in a formula. Why would we need to set up this entire neural network? We wouldn't. So the activation function is introduced, right? So without an activation function, this just becomes a linear model. An activation function might look something like this. And as you can tell, these are not linear. And the reason why we introduce these is so that our entire model doesn't collapse on itself and become a linear model. So over here, this is something known as a sigmoid function. It runs between 0 and 1. Tanh runs between -1 all the way to 1. And this is ReLU, which anything less than 0 is 0, and then anything greater than 0 is linear. So with these activation functions, every single output of a neuron is no longer just the linear combination of these. It's some sort of altered linear state, which means that the input into the next neuron is, you know, it doesn't collapse on itself. It doesn't become linear because we've introduced all of these non-linearities. So this is the training set, the model, the loss, right? And then we do this thing called training, where we have to feed the loss back into the model and make certain adjustments to the model to improve this predicted output. Let's talk a little bit about the training. What exactly goes on during that step? Let's go back and take a look at our L2 loss function. This is what our L2 loss function looks like. It's a quadratic formula, right? Well, up here, the error is really, 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 really large. And our goal is to get somewhere down here where the loss is decreased, right? Because that means that our predicted value is closer to our true value. So that means that we want to go this way, okay? And thanks to a lot of properties of math, something that we can do is called gradient descent in order to follow this slope down this way. This quadratic it has different slopes with respect to some value. Okay, so the loss with respect to some weight W0 versus W1 versus Wn, they might all be different, right? So some way that I kind of think about it is, to what extent is this value contributing to our loss? And we can actually figure that out through some calculus, which we're not going to touch up on in this specific course, but if you want to learn more about neural nets, you should probably also learn some calculus and figure out what exactly backpropagation is doing in order to actually calculate, you know, how much do we have to backstep by. So the thing is here, you might notice that this follows this curve at all of these different points. And the closer we get to the bottom, the smaller this step becomes. Now stick with me here. So my new value, this is what we call a weight update. I'm gonna take W0 and I'm gonna set some new value for W0. And what I'm gonna set for that is the old value of W0 plus some factor, which I'll just call alpha for now, times whatever this arrow is. So that's basically saying, okay, take our old W0, our old weight, and just decrease it this way. So I guess increase it in this direction, right? Like take a step in this direction, but this alpha here is telling us, okay, don't take a huge step, right? Just in case we're wrong, take a small step. Take a small step in that direction, see if we get any closer. And for those of you who, you know, do want to look more into the mathematics of things, the reason why I use a plus here is because this here is the negative gradient, right? If this were just if you were to use the actual gradient, this should be a minus. Now this alpha is something that we call the learning rate, okay? And that adjusts how quickly we're taking steps, and that might, you know, tell that will ultimately control how long it takes for our neural net to converge, or sometimes if you set it too high, it might even diverge. But with all of these weights, so here I have W0, W1, and then Wn, we make the same update to all of them after we calculate the loss, the gradient of the loss with respect to that weight. So that's how backpropagation works. And that is everything that's going on here. After we calculate the loss, we're calculating gradients, making adjustments in the model. So we're setting all the weights to something adjusted slightly. And then we're saying, okay, let's take the training set and run it through the model again and go through this loop all over again. So for machine learning, we already have seen some libraries that we use, right? We've already seen sklearn. But when we start going into neural networks, this is kind of what we're trying to program. And it's not very fun to try to program this from scratch, because not only will we probably have a lot of bugs, but also it's probably not going to be fast enough, right? Wouldn't it be great if there are just some, you know, full-time professionals that are dedicated to solving this problem, and they could literally just give us their code that's already running really fast? Well, the answer is yes, that exists. And that's why we use TensorFlow. So TensorFlow makes it really easy to define these models, but we also have enough control over what exactly we're feeding into this model. So for example, this line here is basically saying, okay, let's create a sequential neural net. So sequential is just, you know, what we've seen here. It just goes one layer to the next. And a dense layer means that all of them are interconnected. So here, this is interconnected with all of these nodes, and this one's all of these, and then this one gets connected to all of the next ones, and so on. So we're gonna create 16 dense nodes with ReLU activation functions, and then we're gonna create another layer of 16 dense nodes with ReLU activation, and then our output layer is going to be just one node, okay? And that's how easy it is to define something in TensorFlow. So TensorFlow is an open source library that helps you develop and train your ML models. Let's implement this for a neural net. So we're using a neural net for classification now. So our neural net model, we are going to use TensorFlow, and I don't think I imported that up here. So we are going to import that down here. So I'm going to import TensorFlow as TF and enter. Cool. So my neural net model is going to be, I'm going to use this. So essentially this is saying layer all these things that I'm about to pass in. So yeah, layer them, linear stack of layers, layer them as a model. And what that means, nope, not that. So what that means is I can pass in some sort of layer, and I'm just going to use a dense layer. Dot dense. And let's say we have 32 units, okay? I will also set the activation as ReLU. And at first we have to specify the input shape. So here we have 10, comma. All right. All right, so that's our first layer. Now our next layer, I'm just gonna have another a dense layer of 32 units, all using ReLU. And that's it. So for the final layer, this is just going to be my output layer. It's going to just be one